The Trellis Foundation is a proud supporter of the Texas Tribune.
Along the banks of the Brazos River, in the heart of Central Texas, you'll find a campus unlike any other. Students from more than 90 countries and all 50 states coming together, where top-tier academics and Christian faith unite. It's world-class research, unmatched community, and a legacy that changes the world. This is Baylor.
Texas 2036, building a better future for you, your family, and all Texans.
Learn more at texas2036.org today.
Aerospace engineering has just been something that I've always been really interested in. I really want to do something with project controls outside of high school.
Hopefully I'll be a certified pharmacy technician by the end of senior year, so I'll be able to get a job while I'm in college.
You have the opportunity to do many things. You have health, you have welding, you have construction, you have ag, you have everything. You can do anything that you really want to.
Your Heart of Texas Goodwill is doing more.
I never thought that I would be able to get my diploma, get these things, and it's changed a lot in my life. The Heart of Texas Goodwill provides you with so many resources to succeed, and anything that you want to go for, from your diploma, from getting certified, even getting you into college. They'll give you the resources that you need. The program actually helped me, guided me to getting certified.
When you donate, shop, and give to Heart of Texas Goodwill, you are doing more.
At MCC, it's never too late for something better.
I'm getting job training at my pace.
I'm learning new skills in months, not years.
We're proving that college is for anyone.
Get your big break at MCC.
All right, good morning, everyone. I know people are still finishing up their breakfast conversations here, but my name is Matt Ewalt. I serve the Texas Tribune as Senior Director of Events and Live Journalism. Just want to welcome those joining us in person here at the Texas State Technical College's Construction Technology Center in Waco, and those who are joining us around the state for our day-long symposium, bringing business, education, and civic leaders together from around the state on the future of the Texas workforce. Thank you for that person who is really, really excited about workforce. You get the first question for everything. No, our program today, in partnership with our friends at the Waco Bridge, runs until approximately 3:15 p.m. or so, with one break during the morning. We have lunch from 12 to 12:30. If you are joining us via the live stream, and just a reminder for our Waco audience, we have hundreds of folks joining us from all around the state. Just please make note of those breaks and then come back. The agenda is right there on the live stream page. And if you miss any of today's program online, or if you taking notes of something that you really want to revisit, we will have all the panels, presentations available on our website at texastribune.org/events. So throughout the day, both our in-person and online audience will have an opportunity to submit questions for our panels. And to get to as many questions as possible, that includes the 5 to 7 minutes or so we have following this morning's keynote presentation from Roberto Coronado. You can submit questions through our Q&A portal at texastribune.org/ask. That's texastribune.org/ask. There is also a QR code on your program in which you can scan that QR code and submit as many questions as possible. On your end, we will get to as many as possible on our end. So just remember, that this program is that much better with your questions throughout the day. We are very grateful for the support of our sponsors for this day-long event. Our major sponsor for today's symposium is Baylor University. Our supporting sponsors are Raise Your Hand Texas, Texas 2036, and the Trilist Foundation. And our local sponsors supporting our program hosted by the Waco Bridge today include EOAC Waco, Heart of Texas Goodwill, Wayne Sanderson Farms, American Bank, and McClellan Community College. Though corporate sponsors and donors underwrite this event, they play no role in determining the content, speakers, or line of questioning. We also want to offer our deep appreciation for Texas State Technical College and the folks here at the beautiful Construction Technology Center for hosting us today. For those, even those who are joining us online, you have to understand the space we're in when we talk about future of the Texas workforce, and that Texas workforce is literally in the labs all around us here, including HVAC, plumbing, electrical, solar, building instruction. You are encouraged during breaks, during lunch, to take a look at the work happening in these labs. If you go upstairs, you can actually view down into the labs as well. But what a fantastic fit for the conversations we're going to have today. But here to offer a welcome on behalf of the Texas State Technical College system is Chancellor and CEO Michael Reeser.
Thank you so much. The Bridge and the Tribune made a big mistake. They asked me to do a welcome, but they gave me 5 minutes. So you're going to get 1 minute of welcome and 4 minutes of TSTC commercial. Settle in, here we go. TSTC is a college unlike all the others in Texas. There's a million things that make us different, but I want to focus on 4. The first is TSTC is a 2-year school, but we're a state agency. And so we have a footprint that covers a big part of the state with 11 active campuses all across, from Rio Grande Valley to deep East Texas to deep West Texas and up and down the I-35 corridor. A second is that we specialize. We only teach career and technical. And within the range of career and technical, we focus on only the critical infrastructures that the state of Texas needs. So we teach things like advanced manufacturing, power and water infrastructure, construction, which is what you see here, and the skilled trades, transportation. We produce a ton of diesel mechanics, aircraft mechanics, and those who both fly and drive those things. We do aerospace. You can learn to fly right across this campus at the TSTC Air Pilot Training Program, or learn to work on avionics or jet engines. We teach data security and cybersecurity and big data systems. If you look at the strategic plan of the state of Texas, you'll find those are listed as some of the critical infrastructure. That's why we focus solely there. A third one is our public funding is triggered in a wholly unique manner. We don't know of another college in Texas or beyond whose public funding is earned not by how many students we have and not by how many credentials we confer, but by the employment outcomes realized by our students. And the more money they earn in the workplace, the more public funding we earn. Now, the offset of that is, if our students don't get a great job, we don't earn any public funding. So you can imagine how obsessed we are with aligning the programs that TSTC offers with the critical needs of the Texas economy. And that makes us quite unique. Finally, it also puts us in this position. TSTC is the home of the money-back guarantee. At TSTC, if our students can't find a job in their field, they can't get a job offer in their field within 6 months of graduation, we will refund all their tuition. So it takes away the risk. And that is possible here because of the manner in which we focus on the really critical needs. So you can imagine we have a team of really passionate professionals here and students who have a clear-eyed idea of what they want to do with their career. And in this building, here's an example of how those people come together in the skilled trades to create prosperity, not just for the student and not just to fund the college, but in a manner that serves the best interests of the entire Texas economy and the employers who fuel our economic engine. So, on behalf of all those passionate people, I offer to each of you a welcome and to express to you what a great honor it is that TSTC gets to be the host for this critical discussion that'll go on today. Thank you all for being here, both online and in person, and we're honored to be your host. Welcome.
Chancellor, thank you so much. Just a couple other announcements here. The Texas economy and the state's workforce is not only a focus of the Tribune's coverage. You will meet a few of our journalists today moderating who are responsible for that journalism. It's also part of the focus, a key part of the focus of our annual Texas Tribune Festival. We do hope you'll join us for TribFest, September 24th through 26th in downtown Austin, when the biggest conversations shaping our state come to life, including the future of our workforce. We're going to be announcing our full program very soon, but we do have a discount just for those who are here in person today. You can actually find that right at the registration table. But again, this conversation is one that the Tribune will obviously continue well beyond today's substantive conversations. We also want to thank our Texas Tribune members who make events like this and our coverage of the Texas economy, education, workforce possible. Can I just get a quick show of hands of those in our in-person audience who are Texas Tribune members? Thank you so much for your support. You can visit texastribune.org/support to learn more. So let's get to the start of today's program. We start with a keynote presentation on the state of the Texas workforce by Roberto Coronado, Senior Vice President and Senior Economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. In his position, Roberto leads the team that builds deep strategic partnerships with community and business leaders to help shape the Dallas Fed's understanding of the economy in Texas. We will follow Roberto's presentation with approximately 5 to 7 minutes of Q&A. And as a reminder, you can ask those questions using that QR code in your program. I'm going to be up here as well asking those questions on behalf of our in-person and live stream audience. You can also submit your questions at texastribune.org/ask. And one last note, everyone who RSVP'd for the symposium, in person and online, should now have access to a copy of Roberto's presentation, so you can follow along and have as a reference. I know that the Dallas Fed will be making that presentation and his remarks available as a resource going forward. So with that, I thank Roberto for joining us here and turn the program over to him.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, to be back in Waco and TSTC. Chancellor, thank you for the welcoming to your campus, which I was mingling around, and I think I distracted a number of students. I think they're testing in this room over here and distracted them. It's great to be here. My name is Roberto Coronado, and like Matt said, I lead our team of, I would say, and I would use the Chancellor's definition of passionate professionals who are engaging with all of you, business and community leaders across our district, to really get a better understanding of how you're seeing the economy and how you're experiencing the economy so that we can get a better insights into the work that we do. The work that you do matters significantly because what you do is you connect individuals to career opportunities, whether through workforce development programs or just pathways to make sure that they have viable and prosper careers going forward. I want to thank the team of the Texas Tribune for having us here today. We have a phenomenal lineup of speakers, and I'm excited for today's discussions. I would also like to acknowledge I have a number of my colleagues, these passionate professionals from the Dallas Fed, who actually helped me put together today's presentation and remarks. And I just want to, they're in the room, and so if you have any questions along the day, they'll be here, and all of us will be more than happy to engage with you and unpack some of what I'm going to share today. The plan for this morning is I'm going to share a little bit about the Texas labor market data. I want to also share some of the work that we do at the Dallas Fed around workforce development. And hopefully those two elements will help set perhaps some of the stage of the conversation for today. But before I do that, I want to spend a couple of minutes telling you a little bit about the Federal Reserve, who we are and what we do. But if we can go to the next slide, I'll start with the first disclaimer as a good central banker that everything that I'm about to say reflects my views and they don't reflect the views of the Dallas Fed or the Federal Reserve System. So if we can go to the next slide, please. The Dallas Fed is your regional reserve bank. Let me say that. The Dallas Fed is your regional reserve bank. We are one of 12 regional banks across the country, and once you put the 12 regional banks and the Board of Governors, we make the Federal Reserve System, which is the nation's central bank. Each reserve bank serves a specific region, and it's very important for each reserve bank to have very strong connective tissue to the communities that they serve so they can have a good understanding of what's going on the ground. The Federal Reserve has 5 key functions that we perform for the American public in the spirit of having and supporting the U.S. economy and the financial system. The first, and probably the one that we're known the most for, which is monetary policy. And I'm going to spend some time in here trying to unpack what monetary policy is. We conduct the nation's monetary policy, and this is by following the mandate from Congress, which is a dual mandate as a central bank. We're established to set monetary policy to achieve maximum employment and stable prices. The entity who sets monetary policy within the Fed is called the Federal Open Market Committee, and is comprised of 19 individuals, 7 members of the Board of Governors, and the 12 regional bank presidents. They get together around every 6 to 8 weeks in Washington, D.C., in which they compare notes on what they're seeing on the economy and the financial system, and then they decide on monetary policy. but each of the 12 regional bank presidents, as well as the Board of Governors, bring specific insights, particularly coming from the research that they conduct across the 12 regional banks and all of the engagement that we do as we connect with all of you to really understand what's happening on the ground. And this helps ensure that monetary policy brings, the decisions are informed by a wide range of perspectives and experiences all over the US. The other 4 functions are equally important, and they are: we supervise and regulate financial institutions. We also ensure that we have a stable financial system. We supply, if you have dollars and coins in your wallets, we pay a very important business in the cash distribution, but it's also about electronic payments, make sure we have a safe and efficient payment system. And then last but not least, we do a lot of work around protecting consumers and community development work across the system, and I'll spend some time unpacking some of that later on. So if we move to the next slide, please. The Dallas Fed is the 11th district of the Federal Reserve. We're responsible for the entire state of Texas, southern New Mexico, and northern Louisiana. We have 4 offices. Of course, our head office is in Dallas, as our name stipulates, but we have a branch office in Houston, 1 in San Antonio, and 1 in El Paso, and then we also have a presence in Austin. We do a lot of engagement, like I mentioned before, with local communities, industry partners, banking executives, government officials, business leaders, to really get a real-time understanding of the economy. This enhances our ability to conduct policy for all the Americans living in our district. If we go to the next slide, please. So like I said, I'll also want to share a little bit of what we see on the Texas economy, particularly on the market, on the labor market. Now, I'll encourage you to visit our website. We have a lot of resources for you. I'm going to share just 3 slides because of time, but there's a lot of material that you're able to find in our website. So if we go to the next slide. In here, I'm plotting employment growth over the last decade, comparing Texas to the US. Historically, Texas has outperformed the US. Texas adds jobs at about 1.9% per year on average, while the US adds jobs at about 1%. You also notice that in 2025, both Texas and the US labor market slowed down significantly. For Texas, we believe this was due predominantly by 3 factors. Of course, the reduction in immigration flows, federal government cutbacks, and of course, there was a lot of policy uncertainty across the country, in particular in our region. So far in 2026, the data we have through the middle of the year suggests that the employment market is picking up steam in Texas, and it's right now growing at about 1.9%, which is the historical average. Another interesting fact about the Texas labor market is that we've seen the unemployment rate to be stable and low, has been hovering around 4.5% for now a number of months, which indicates that the labor market in Texas seems to be pretty well balanced. And what I mean balanced, it's pretty much balanced between people seeking jobs and companies or businesses seeking employees. Those seem to be in balance. If we go to the next slide, of course, if you look a little bit under the hood and start dissecting where the jobs coming from, and that's what we're trying to show in this chart. So for Texas, there are 4 sectors that in 26 have really propelled most of the growth. One is professional and business services, leisure and hospitality, construction, and energy. Those are the sectors that seem to be doing the best in Texas, who have propelled the state. So if we move to the next slide, of course, our economists and our researchers looked to a lot of data, but then we also conduct a lot of surveys of business leaders to really get a better understanding of real-time conditions and insights. And here I'm showing you the employment index from 2 of our surveys, one that is for manufacturing, that is shown in yellow, and one that is for services, which is shown in green. And this is a diffusion index chart, so anything above 0 means that things are expanding, anything below 0 means that things are contracting. And toward the far right, I know it's probably very difficult to see from the audience. You see some dots, and those are the last readings we have for the survey, and those have been coming in pretty strong, which suggests that perhaps the labor market may accelerate in the coming months. Our economists at the Dallas Fed produce a Texas employment forecast, and the last forecast with data through June suggests that perhaps employment will grow at about 2% by the end of 2026. If we can move to the next slide, please. Now, I want to talk about some of the trends that my team has been spending a lot of time thinking about that are very important for today's conversation around workforce development. And this is a team of research team in the community development, and what they are doing is they are trying to understand and unpack the barriers to work and economic mobility of low to moderate income communities. So the next slide. Everywhere you go and every newspaper or article that you get is all about artificial intelligence. And no doubt artificial intelligence has the potential to have profound impacts on the labor market, both positive and negative. However, most of the media attention and a lot of the research has been around what would the impact be of AI on high-skill, high-paying jobs that typically require a college degree. But less is known, or less attention has been placed on what about those jobs that do not require a college degree. I mean, at the end of the day, half of the jobs or half of the people employed in the US do not have a college degree. And certainly one would argue that AI would also may have an impact to those jobs. So my colleagues decided to unpack this and try to understand what would the impact of AI be on those folks that don't have a bachelor's degree but have a job that it's pay self-sustaining wages, known as the good jobs. And I would imagine many of the folks training in this building will be categorized in that bucket. And they found, no surprise to all of you, is they found a wide range of options or a wide range of outcomes, possible outcomes. For some jobs, like administrative or IT jobs, more than likely they're gonna be impacted by AI. But there are other jobs like auto mechanics and truck drivers that at least we don't believe they're gonna be impacted in the near term. What they also found is that jobs who have a high exposure to AI still require skills and work activities that AI at this point, at least, cannot do well, such as listening skills and building interpersonal relationships. So my colleagues argue that perhaps investing, in these soft skills can be an effective strategy to, one, mitigate perhaps the negative impact of AI or complement some of the tasks that AI may take off of our plates so that we can be more productive and better engage in the workforce. If we move to the next slide, another area that we've been putting a lot of emphasis is on short-term credentials. And short-term credentials are a training opportunity that usually takes less than 2 years. Again, I would imagine if you look around, you have quite a bit of those in this building. But my team has put a lot of emphasis trying to understand what is the return on investment on short-term credentials. Can they create a pathway for people to really go into high-paying and a pathway for prosperity? The research has found that these type of credentials generally improve wages, particularly to those who do not have a college degree. And in the next slide, please. My colleagues did a lot of analysis looking into census data for these individuals and thinking about social and demographical characteristics, years of experience, educational attainment. And what you can see in this slide is that for someone with a high school degree or an associate's degree, a credential can add about $5,000 of extra pay per year. If you have a college degree, the wage bump is about half of that, about $2,600 per year, which again, this is significant. Now, these are averages. If we go to the next slide, these are averages. There's no guarantee that these individuals will get those wage bumps. The other thing that they found is that not every industry or every employer value credentials the same way, and that credentials over time may actually shift in the value that they provide to the employee, which takes us to why it's so critically important that workforce development programs are tailored to the local needs of the business community and the local needs of the workers. So if we move to the next slide, please. As I've shared before, I lead our team who leads all external engagement across our district, and there's a big portfolio of work around community development. This is one of the 5 core functions of the Fed. And if we go to the next slide, our community development efforts are about expanding the access to economic opportunity to low and moderate income communities. We do a lot of community development outreach, research, and initiatives. We interact directly with communities and stakeholders like yourselves to really understand the challenges, the opportunities, to promote or hinder the participation of our communities in the nation's economic growth. We know that improving access to and preparedness for educational opportunities and quality jobs really helps individuals and families for long-term economic resilience and mobility for those families and individuals. That is why one of the core elements that we concentrate on in our community development efforts are around workforce development. And I want to spend some time talking and sharing with you a little bit about our signature program called Advance Together. So if we move to the next slide. So Advance Together is a regional program, it's a program for regional coalitions in Texas that are working to improve access to educational opportunities and quality jobs. We launched this in 2020, and we launched this because we heard across our district from K through 12 leadership, training providers, higher ed, employers, that they were not necessarily on the same page when it was about how to prepare students for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. I think the reason why we all are here is because we've come to realize that the workforce development ecosystem is very fragmented. And so our goal with Advance Together is precisely to help communities reduce those silos that are getting in the way of really creating those pathways for individuals into higher paying professions and careers. So what does Advance Together do? It does a number of different things. One, it offers 3 years of customized technical assistance to those selected communities. And this technical assistance allows them to really understand how coalitions can really help them break the silos across the different organizations in their communities, how to enhance their strategy, how to develop metrics, and how to basically put their interventions to testing and see what their interventions are really making a difference. The program also provides coalitions with funding that comes from external partners that we have. And I believe today we have Trellis Foundation. I think we have Jenny Achilles in the room. So I want to say thank you for your support to Advance Together, Jenny. The other thing that it offers, and it's very powerful, and we've learned this particularly in the second round, is the peer learning network. So there's 4 sites that went through the first round. There are 4 sites that are going through the second round as we speak. So there are 8 sites that they learn from each other what has worked and what has not worked. One of the prerequisites is for these partnerships to bring a coalition of the willing in the respective communities. They need to bring the public sector institutions. They need to bring the private sector institutions. They need to bring the non-for-profit. We finished the first round in 2024, and the 4 sites that went through the program made significant progress towards their goals. And they've also attracted over $10 million in follow-on investments that are really helping them continue to expand their reach and the impact that they're having on their communities. Based on that solid foundation, we decided to launch the second round of Advance Together in 2025. And we selected 4 sites. Again, same goal. They're trying to connect more Texans to quality jobs. Our goal here is to really understand what are the lessons learned, what are the proofs of concepts, so that we can share to the rest of our district in convenings like today and beyond our district to really make sure that individuals and communities are making and moving the needle. So I thought that maybe I could put the spotlight on our community here in Waco who is going through Advance Together. And let me share a little bit more about what they're doing now. So if we can move to the next slide. So Prosper Waco, for those of you from Waco, know Prosper Waco really well. It's a local organization working to improve health, education, and economic mobility through community partnerships. Prosper Waco in 2021 launched Upskill Waco, which was to address a critical problem in McLennan County. And the problem was many residents are stuck in low-wage, low-skill work. But on the other hand, if you talk to employers, particularly in industries such as manufacturing, healthcare, and construction, they were not able to find enough qualified workers to fill high-paying jobs that they had available. So the question wasn't whether training opportunities like the ones here exist. They do exist. The question was about how a coordinated effort would really make a difference in creating the pathways for those individuals to have access to those opportunities. What makes Upskill Waco very compelling is its true cross-sector approach. Prosper Waco serves as the backbone organization for this effort, but they bring stakeholders from across the community. They include educational partners such as McLennan Community College, Texas State Technical College, where we are today, and they are delivering, skills training and credentialing. But it's also non-for-profit partners, and they are the ones who provide the case management, the financial assistance, and community connections for students. But there's also the business leaders. There are a lot of chambers involved in this effort to really connect individuals to those jobs. And then we have the government partners, the City of Waco, and I know many folks from the City of Waco are in the room today, and they serve as thought and funding partner for this initiative. So by coordinating them and aligning training opportunities to respond to labor market demands, they are helping residents in Waco complete workforce training to access higher paying jobs for more secure employment. Their experience for these individuals is seamless. They get personalized case management, scholarships that often cover the full cost of the training, quality training with ongoing support, and connections to hiring employers. Some students actually are getting a stipend, I believe it's $15 per hour, to help them, in addition to the scholarships, help them meet their financial needs as they are going through the program. Two examples stood out to me. There's one student that completed his construction training program, and I believe construction training programs are back there. I don't know if he completed in this particular institution, or maybe somewhere else. But after completing that, he's now earning $800 a week in a construction job for his company and has a number of jobs inside that are six-figure paying jobs. Another student, she completed her medical office certification and now landed a job at McLennan Community College. And she's doing precisely enrolling other students into these programs to help them take advantage of these opportunities. So Upskill Waco goals has remained constant, and their goal is to connect people to quality post-secondary training and job opportunities while meeting the demands of the local business community. However, their understanding of how change happens has evolved significantly. Through their work in Advance Together, there are several critical insights that have emerged. First, sequence matters. And what do I mean by sequence matters? Is having employers on the front end is critically important. Employers should not be jumping into these programs along the way. They have to be involved from the get-go so that they can make the most impact. Second, navigation is more than just a support service. And they are really exploring the navigator role. These are the individuals that really help folks that participate connect to the different resources and make sure that they stay in track for their respective program. Other Advance Together sites have leveraged this model, and here in Waco, they're really thinking about how they can amplify and really leverage that model. And then third, alignment requires intention. You gotta be intentional about being in alignment with your local partnership. So even with the Waco Strong culture of collaboration, the partnership has become more deliberate about calling out where systems need a shift. And more importantly, who across the table can actually make the difference to make that shift. The partnership, they're in year 2, they're middle of the program, they're continuing to refine their approach. They're really thinking about should they explore or expand the opportunities for other professions that will make sense based as they are looking into labor local economic conditions. But what other communities, so the question you may have, particularly if you're not from Waco or you're not familiar with the great work that people are doing here, you might ask yourself, so what can I learn from Upskill Waco? I would say maybe 3 things that come to mind. First, build partnerships in which people can be honest about the tensions and the challenges, not just to celebrate successes. Second, you gotta be willing to try new things, iterate, and adapt. You gotta learn from what works and what doesn't, and sometimes clarity is more valuable than rapid expansion. And third, you gotta leverage your local culture. At the end of the day, the program has to be anchored in who your community is and the fabric of your community. Waco's willingness to collaborate across sector, I would argue, is the city's superpower, and we've seen it across the board. So Upskill Waco demonstrates, that with the right partnerships, with the right infrastructure, with the right support, communities can build a sustainable pathways to opportunity. At this point, I would like to acknowledge and put on the spot some of our colleagues on the ground, Jessica Addis, from the team at Prosper Waco, and all of the partners in Upskill Waco. If you can stand up so we can give you a round of applause for the work that you're doing here. Later in the program, you're going to hear more from Jessica. So if we can move to the next slide. So just to conclude, first, I want to thank you for making us part of the gathering today and having the opportunity to share a little bit about what we see on the labor market in Texas, what we do as a central bank, and of course, about our community development and our flagship program, Advance Together. Like I said, the lessons from Upskill Waco and the other 7 sites that are going or went through Advance Together points to what's possible when communities work differently. So maybe I can leave you with a challenge, and the challenge is maybe you want to start thinking about how to answer 3 questions. Question 1 is, who's missing from your table? Question 2, what silos do you need to break down? And then 3, where could combining resources and influence actually would shift outcomes in your community? And when I mean shift outcomes, it's not just about outcomes for the participating entities, but for the entire ecosystem of education and workforce for your respective community. Each of you, as I said at the beginning, each of you do and play a significant role in improving economic outcomes for your respective community. And the work that you do matters. And in today's environment, with the very dynamic and robust economic growth we have in Texas, matters significantly, the work that you do. We are very grateful to have the opportunity to partner with all of you and build a strong economy together. We have a great lineup of speakers. I'm really excited about the program and learning and sharing some perspectives. So thank you for your time, and I'll turn it back to Matt.
Just making sure the mic works. Great, thank you, Rob. So just a reminder, on our print program, you can scan that QR code to submit some questions. We have a couple here with the time we have. Had a lot of people referencing Toyota's recent announcement of, I think, 2,000 jobs in San Antonio, but also acknowledging the weak jobs report nationally. Knowing you may be limited in how you can comment on these things, but how do you reconcile those 2 stories? Do we need to be thinking differently, specifically to Texas? Is reshoring a meaningful counterweight to broader workforce contraction?
So I'll try to unpack some of the elements in the question. So the question about Texas and the U.S. labor market, I spoke a little bit about in my remarks. I mean, the story about Texas and the vibrancy of the Texas economy is not new. We've been outperforming the U.S. economy for a number of decades. I think that's because there's a combination of factors to why Texas grows much faster. Of course, one is demographics. We're much younger, but also we attract a lot of immigrants, both internationally and domestically. And so that propels the workforce because we have a recurring, door that people coming into Texas. And that has attracted a lot of companies like the one you mentioned. And there are many other companies who have decided to move to Texas because they feel this is a better place for them to do business. It's also the industry mix. The industry, Texas over time has diversified itself. It's a well-diversified economy. So typically that helps, when things go bad for some sectors, you have some sectors that may be doing really well. So the diversity of the Texas economy has really helped. And of course, the geography. And you talked a little bit about nearshoring. Geography, we're at the center of the country. We have a lot of land. We have seaports. We have land ports that really puts us in the core of the North America integrated bloc. And Texas is the largest exporting state in the nation. And of course, our number one trading partner is Mexico. And there's a lot of cross-border manufacturing and trade activities that happens with Mexico and with Canada for that matters. And that has propelled a lot of growth. And Toyota perhaps is a good example of what that means. And then the last thing I would say is that what we hear from business leaders is that when they move to Texas, they see this as a state that has less regulation and is more pro-business and makes the state more attractive. So once you put all those pieces together, that's why Texas typically outperforms the U.S. in growth going forward. And so I would expect that will continue to be the case as in the next number of years.
I guess in a related question, you've just articulated for many reasons why Texas bucks those trends.
Correct.
Are there lessons that Texas employers, others should be taking from this latest national report, even with the distinctions you've made in terms of what's happening nationally?
Well, I mean, what we hear, at least from business context in our district, is that uncertainty continues to be top of mind. And so it's hard for some businesses to make business decisions as to whether they want to expand their factory or the footprint of their business. And so maybe that's weighing at the national level. In Texas, we have a lot of sectors that are really propelling a lot of growth, and that's why we outperform. I would say that it's important for Texas, in my opinion, to continue to have a diverse economy so that we don't put eggs in just one basket. I think we learned that in the 80s when we had eggs in just a few baskets. And when those baskets don't do well, then we feel the pain across the state. But it's very important, the work that everyone in this room does, which is workforce development. Texas will continue to have the geography. Texas will continue to have the diversity of the industries. But if we don't have the workforce to really propel that growth, maybe the state may not grow as fast or as robust. So the work that you do here is extremely important. And I think other parts of the country can learn from the work that Texas is doing on that space.
I do have one last question, but I'm just going to ask our first panel to join our moderator, Paul, right off the stage there so that we can get started in just a second. I know you've pointed to a number of the resources that the Dallas Fed has, but again, I think we're blessed to have different stakeholders that aren't always in the room together thinking about future of the workforce. Can you just remind people the kind of resources they can find there and how else they can be thinking about the Dallas Fed as a resource going forward?
Thank you. How much time do I have?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So I would say definitely as a regional bank, we have a lot of resources for you on the economy. And when I say the economy, it could be the global economy, it could be the national economy. It appears that some of you are interested in what's going on in the national labor market, but also on the regional economy. And so visit our website. There's a lot of research and materials that are available to you. If you want to understand better the dynamics on the real estate market or trade or inflation, you will have resources there. That's one area. There's another area of work that we do, and we do a lot of that, is trying to understand the ecosystem of community banking and what are the issues that community banks, the Dallas Fed has the second largest number of community banks of any other reserve bank. And so the community banks are critically important to economic growth in our district. And so there's a lot of resources if you want to understand the landscape of the community banking ecosystem. And then, of course, there's a lot of materials and resources around our community development work and our engagement work. The work that we do around workforce development, some of the research that I highlighted today, but there's much more. There's work on small business development, affordable housing, early childhood education, child care. I mean, there's a lot of work that our team at the Dallas Fed does. So I would encourage you to visit our website. Like I said, we're going to be around. My colleagues are around. If you have any questions, please let us know and we'll be happy to help. Matt, thank you for your time.
So we're going to get to our first panel of the day, and why don't I go ahead and have, I think we have our third panelist who's, I see in the back. We'll just have our panel make their way up. So our first panel is going to be looking at the issue of what Texas employers actually need. We want to look at conversation on the skills gaps, AI's impact on job requirements, what industry actually needs from its academic partners, and just thinking about how you support a thriving workforce. We are joined this morning by Hope Kotner, President and CEO for the Center for Occupational Research and Development, Lalu Davies Yemetin, founder and principal of Five Woods Realty. It's a Houston-based development firm focused on affordable workforce housing for working and middle-class families. He's also a board member of Houston City College. Justin Yancey, president of Texas Business Leadership Council, and our moderator is Paul Kobler, economy and industry reporter for the Texas Tribune. A reminder, we'll have 45 minutes for moderated conversation, 15 minutes for your questions. Your questions very much matter, so feel free to submit them throughout the program. And with that, I turn the program over to Paul.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I just want to say thank you all for joining us at the What Texas Employers Actually Need panel. And I just wanted to say thank you to Hope, Justin, and Lalu also for joining us here. I hope we're going to have a really interesting conversation. I'm the Texas Tribune's economy and industry reporter. My name is Paul Kobler. That's a big beat, I think, is something that I always tell people when I talk about it. I kind of cover everything that has to do with money under the sun, but obviously doing this beat, artificial intelligence is the thing that I hear about all the time. And then the big key word is uncertainty. That is just like the word I can't get enough of hearing from all these experts I talk to. And so I think this is a really good conversation to have at this moment in time, given the uncertainty around what is going to happen with work and how basically we can meet that challenge. So I hope we can kind of dig into that a little bit more. And I think that's the excitement of the beat is, I don't think we're going to have all the answers up here, but the next 5-10 years are really exciting, and I'm looking forward to it all. So just so you three know, the microphones are already live, and you guys are free to use those. But I wanted to start with you, Justin, just to kind of build off of what Roberto was talking about. There's so much, and sort of like the name of the panel is like, what do Texas employers actually need? When I hear a lot of folks in this space talk about, whether it's artificial intelligence is going to replace workers, whether it's going to supplement the skills that workers already have to make it easier. I think the question that I always think of is, do Texas employers know what they want yet?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I also want to very quickly just thank Chancellor Reeser and Texas State Technical College and the Dallas Fed and Roberto and all of the great team here that appreciate the opportunity. It's interesting that you said uncertainty. This morning I was thinking, what's the common word there? And that's exactly what I came up with as well. So yes and no by industry. There are going to be some companies that are farther along in the process because of where maybe, I don't know if you call it low-hanging fruit, or the early adapters or industries that adapted more quickly to AI. But of course, it's impossible to say that what we don't know, and I think that we'll have to be ready, and that gets to that workforce issue of not necessarily focusing on training specifically AI in itself, but how technology and those advanced technologies will continue to just sort of integrate through everything, and it would be I would not be being honest if every company, to say that most companies know exactly what that means yet, but they're learning quickly. And the CEOs, from CEOs, like from groups like ours, to HR, just everyone throughout the company has to be adapting, and I think they are. I think it certainly gets talked about enough, and they're the opportunities. I feel like the narrative now with the general business community is you can be left behind if you're not. So, but what it means, yes and no. It's just yes and no, and it depends on the time, and next month it'll be a lot more than it is today.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I kind of figured that the answer would be essentially, we're not too sure yet. But, I think that tees up the next question for Hope or Lalu. I mean, you guys working in this space where you're kind of trying to plan, especially on the community college level, for what employers of the future are going to need. I mean, can you just say more about like how difficult it is when there is this much uncertainty, kind of trying to make these decisions and knowing, every day you have, new students coming up to your school, trying to get the skills they need for the future?
So, the conversation around education and trying to fill the skills gap is essentially what you're talking about. I mean, uncertainty is one word. The term that I would use is rapid change. If you look at AI itself, it's not a new field. We're talking, depending on where you want to categorize where it first started. Was it the gathering at Dartmouth in 1956, or was it Alan Turing who theorized that artificial systems, we all know about the Turing machine and what that meant. But the rapid change has been even more rapid lately. If you, someone like myself who's been a bit of an AI enthusiast the last couple of years, I know how I thought about AI in January of 2025 is vastly different from how I apply AI today. And so I think for colleges, for businesses, it's sort of standing on the balls of your feet and being ready to adapt to rapid change. The flip side is those employees that we're looking to train. A lot of times they're missing from the conversation. I think that's something we could do a better job of. Employees are there, educators are there, the political leadership is there, but the people have to be a part of that conversation. As a training institution, we're learning that very quickly. So institutions, community colleges, I know Alamo College is here, there's some from McLennan Community College. We're all on the balls of our feet trying to figure out where's the puck going to go to next, but we're having to talk to employers who have not fully figured that out. It's not just a fear of being left behind that I think employers have to be worried about. It's the reality that these tools will ultimately transform how work is done, but to what extent we don't fully know. So it's sort of a game where you've got to constantly stay on the balls of your feet and be kind of chasing that around. Even for employers, we've seen a lot of CEOs who sought to deploy AI. I think there was this term, tokenization, was a measure of how they were gauging how effective employees were being in utilizing tokens. So that was their measure of, hey, are you using enough tokens so I know you're deploying AI the way it is? And then companies, 6 months later came back and said, okay, that was a bad idea. So it's that rapidly evolving change that we're having to constantly adapt, learn a little bit better, and figure out exactly what skills your employees are going to need. Without a doubt, AI will be a part of our lives. It's kind of like the way computers became a part of our lives. 50 years ago, no one conceptualized everybody having a computer in their home. I think it's the same way with AI.
Hope, I'd love to hear your answer on that too.
Well, I think back to your original question about what do employers need, and do they know what they need right now? We see we have the opportunity to work with community colleges across the country, and whether it's Texas or in other states, we see that those conversations with employers have got to happen not only up front, but continually. It has to be, an ongoing conversation because the workforce demands are continuously evolving. And we used to have conversations with groups of employers and say, what do you foresee for the next 3 to 5 years in the particular areas that your company hires entry-level workers? And right now, people are saying 6 months, maybe. I can see that crystal ball is smaller and smaller. And so we hear, with respect to AI, I think you see 3 different areas, and particularly when we're talking with community colleges who say, how do we prepare our students to be AI literate? And that foundational AI literacy, how to use AI as a tool, I think that's a basic piece of skill set that anyone is gonna need going out to today's workplace, because although not all job descriptions reflect AI skills, that's increasing every day. The other thing is, having those, the ability to use AI tools, layer that on top of your discipline-specific skills, because that's what's going to be required in the workplace, and working with employers to understand that, develop some case studies that can be used in the classroom together so students really understand how AI may be applied in their future workplace. And then, colleges using, AI as workflow tools to improve efficiency. There's so many different layers of that. We could spend the whole day unpacking those elements, but I think that uncertainty is real. And so those community partnerships like Advance Together and other partnerships, it takes a village, right, for us all really to collaborate around this, because we can't read every research report that comes out today, or even the AI summary of it. So we've got to collaborate together to really do the work.
Well, and I thought Roberto, sorry, go ahead, please.
Well, I was going to say, Lalo, that's a perfect opportunity for you to talk about, I think the first in the nation, definitely the first in the state, in terms of embedding AI. You need to promote what's going on.
Yeah, certainly. So I serve on the board of Houston City College, formerly Houston Community College. We had the distinction of being the first community college to offer an associate's degree in AI. A little over a year ago, we became the first junior college to offer a bachelor's degree in AI. So we're really leading in the AI space. And then as of this year, we named the first chief AI Innovation Transformation Officer, a dear friend, Elizabeth McGee, who was a career person with Intel. And so HCC is really leaning in on that. But even for us, we're that rapid change that I talked about, we're trying to figure out how AI, not only in us preparing our students to go work and have high-paying jobs, but how we deploy it as an institution ourselves to transform every element of dealing with internal and external stakeholders. So Justin, thank you for that.
Yeah, I don't think this want it to be controversial. I just think certainly an associate's in AI and can take you in different directions. But I think that what HCC is doing is so incredibly helpful. What you brought up is that Elizabeth will be looking at all of the programs and how each one is going to separately, as of August 2026, need to be able to use AI in that field and talk with employers and see that constant improvement chain. And it's really impressive what's going on there.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you for teeing that up too. I think something that we all remember, like 2021, 2022, when ChatGPT was really the first kind of generative AI to come onto the marketplace, and sort of everyone, at first it was just kind of like a gimmick, and we've all seen how much that has changed over like 5 years. And I just would love to hear more about kind of like what you guys saw when you were starting this program, because that's such a short time ago from now, and sort of like how you were able to develop that as quickly as you have, and like sort of how you're tweaking it. Like how is that sort of working in its like earliest stages at this point?
I mean, the short answer, there were a lot of smart, visionary people who saw this as a need and decided to move in. I couldn't take credit for I didn't get on the board till January of 2024, but there were some very smart, intentional people, and you had the right environment where you had leadership supported and said, hey, let's lean in here. AI as a field it's not new. Like, all of us talk about, I think the best example I can give is when you went and shopped on Amazon a decade ago and they said people who bought this also liked this. That was all AI, and we were all getting tricked into all these different elements, and there are other examples of it. So I think we saw that clearly as an institution. And, and it's not just the associate's degree. We have everything from a level 1 to a level 2 certificate. So there's a stepwise process where people can come in. There's an AI Essentials course that with 3 courses, you can rapidly get some credential of value that you can apply to go to work. And so now the challenge is, and I've shared this publicly, it's not enough to say we were first. How do we continue to lead in that? And that's where people like Elizabeth McGee come in. And to the other employers who are looking for wonderful institutions that you might want to partner with, HCC wants to continue to be at the frontier of that. So we welcome input and other partnerships. And talking about partnerships, we just received a $17 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies, which it's a performance-based grant, but that's supposed to help us really deploy workforce. There are a few other partnerships that are being announced as things move forward. So HCC, we're excited about what's there, but we also recognize that change is constantly happening, and we have to stay on the leading edge.
I was just going to say that we've had the opportunity to work with Miami-Dade College, who has been collaborating with Houston City College and the Maricopa Colleges in Arizona around a National Science Foundation initiative called the National Applied AI Consortium, and it's a great resource. So anyone from workforce development and community colleges who is looking for a group of partners and a network to really reach out to and share those best practices as well as lessons learned, it's something to take a look at, because when the consortium first started, each of the 3 colleges that are leading this effort, they were very much focused on the AI needs of the employers in their community. So it was not the same program at each institution. It had different foci, And those stackable credentials were so critical, and that's one of the things that Miami learned, even though they developed out a full bachelor's degree. It was that first credential that folks with bachelor's degrees were coming back to college to get that to layer on top of their discipline-specific skills. So I would say this, what those AI needs are for your local employers is going to vary from community to community, and that's really, you got to have those specific conversations to find out what those needs look like.
I was going to add that some of the things I've heard, that employers have, since as long as I've been with the TBLC, there's this need to be able to grow and expand. You need a talented workforce, and building a workforce is a competitiveness issue. We're not just competing. There was a time in our state's history we were competing with neighboring states and maybe the rest of the country in some industries, but it's a global economy. We're competing globally, and there's only a matter of how much workforce you have, prepared workforce, skilled workforce, and there are, of course, other things that we're involved in, water supply, other big issues that are critically important. But we have to have employers then be willing to talk with the academic institutions, and that's a key. That's a key thing. I think it was 2007, I believe, when we were asked to come and work with the higher education coordinating board, and we had a great conversation with many of our members, mostly CEOs, about big picture issues, what we needed. And then they asked the question, okay, now we're just trying to work on some knowledge skills, what you're going to need in 5 years. And conversation sort of ended right there. I mean, and that was in 2007. So it was already a difficult conversation to predict what you're going to need that far. And now it's what you're going to need, what you said, less than 6 months, or maybe in 6 months. So it goes back to that. But what you can do is, I think employers have to take responsibility too on their side, is that we have got to continue to work with the TSTC system, our local community colleges, and four-year universities, all across the board. We just have to be sure that we're working together in partnerships, because we need what employers hope for is just institutions that will change with them as we grow, because that is the heart of that uncertainty is the change, and fast change, rapid change, rapid growth. So we're gonna have to just all be on the balls of our feet, like you said, just move.
Absolutely, and the idea of rapid change is not a new concept. When you think about 2008, when the rest of the country was going through an economic collapse, what happened in Texas? Well, George Mitchell had figured out horizontal drilling. Like fracking became what we had to adapt to, and that spurred on new companies where they had to come up with different techniques, different technologies. So it's been a constant part of our economic evolution. If you think about, we started out as an agrarian society. We were talking about this at dinner last night. Before that, we foraged to feed ourselves, right? And then eventually we got into farming, laboring for your fruit. And then eventually we got to enjoying the fruits of our labor through the Industrial Revolution. And so rapid change has always been constant. It's happening in a shorter time span, and the impacts reverberate across a much larger span. Now it's global. It's no longer these microcosms where we have to adapt to change locally.
Data centers weren't controversial enough, so you brought up fracking, so that's good.
Well, in this discussion of the rapid changes, like just listening to all three of you just now, we just talked a lot about community colleges and sort of their role in responding to this. And, I think universities kind of have the reputation for being institutions, for being a little bit slower to change. But I thought from Roberto's presentation, he really made the point that these effects are going to be felt from, the truck drivers all the way up to a computer, scientist. And I just wonder, we could start with you, Hope, for y'all, like how you guys sort of think about the role that both community colleges and universities have to play here, and like why community colleges are better equipped to be able to respond to these changes quickly.
Okay, so a lot to unpack there, but I would say community colleges, they really sit in that sweet spot. They're at the intersection there between secondary and they're the bridge to higher education. They're oftentimes the best convener in a community. They're oftentimes the ones that have the closest partnerships with workforce agencies, with community organizations who are helping them deliver wraparound services to make sure that their students persist and complete. But then I think we really need to think about, too, it's that we have what we call our framework for career pathways alignment, which was really an organizing structure for partnerships at the community level. So what about our design of pathways from high school all the way to university? That's got to be something that we look at as a community, sit down with all of those higher education and school districts together, and then really make sure that employers are at the table throughout that conversation. Because I can tell you, employers are tired of answering those same questions 3 times. So being able to have those pathway design conversations at the community level really makes a difference, because community colleges have the ability to design short, stackable credentials that lead to multiple degrees. It's really an opportunity for them to be more nimble and responsive, and that's evident here by this, certainly by the campus at TSTC and their long legacy of doing that, but that's really what it takes, and we're really seeing a resurgence of that right now.
I'll add this perspective. I mean, just being candid, community colleges are not as fast to adapt as we might advertise. If we're being candid, they're
y'all are good with this advertising.
Well, they're bureaucratic structures. I mean, anybody who leads workforce development, I see Frank here, an idea gets germinated, and then you have to go through layers till it gets to the right person who now says, yeah, that's not gonna happen a year perhaps. I'll give you an example. Tesla approached HCC last year, summer, fall, and they were like, hey, we want to train people to be mechanics to work. They were opening up a new facility out, I think in Brookshire. And so they came to us, and the conversations were happening, and the fallback was, well, yeah, we could do that. Let's see if we can start something, you know, maybe by the next school year, which would have been starting like just now in August. But it took them saying, well, we don't have that long to wait. Why can't we start by January? And that was what lit the fire. You had to have the right atmosphere where the right leadership people were at the table. And as a board, I think we conveyed sufficiently to the administration that we're not going to have inertia stop us from moving things forward. Long and short of it, the first set of graduates graduated by this summer, simply because someone was intentional enough to advance the ball. The other thing that community colleges have to reconcile with, even when you come up with those ideas with partners, you still have to make them a credential of value. You have to submit that to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, who has to now certify that. So there's steps that we have to take. So I don't want anyone to leave with the impression that community colleges are just great. Yes, we function a little bit better than four-year institutions because it's not designed for that. But there's still some work that we need to partner with the Texas Business Council, to partner with the legislature. If we're going to meet the pace at which change is happening in industry, we as institutions or organs of government have to be even more adaptable in a more efficient manner.
I certainly respect that as a trustee. I will also, the opposite side of that coin is they have been moving pretty quickly though lately. At House Bill 8 and outcomes-based funding models, incredible growth and success over the last 2 years, and that's another story. They've had quite a bit of success in terms of outpacing funding that was appropriated, but the TBLC and many other groups in this room, if I start naming them, I won't be able to name them all, so I won't, but really worked to build out the community college finance system, a new system that was not, that was not created when these community college systems were. It's something that was needed for the 21st century, and outcomes funding is at the model, at the base of that. We've only been a public policy type organization. This is really the first piece of legislation that once it was passed, we decided to help support the implementation, working with Business Roundtable, who there's 27 groups like ours around the country. Business Roundtable in DC is, I guess, we're not affiliated, but we work very closely together. And we're working with them, the Texas Association of Community Colleges, and a wonderful group called Business Higher Education Forum that works with Business Roundtable, and have gone around. We started in El Paso, San Antonio, North Texas. We're now in Far East Texas and in the Houston area, working with community colleges on extra support, some of it started with just what is the first month after the bill passed, or the first couple of months after, what House Bill 8 is, these are the things, how you're going to build in the program into your system. But it's really evolved into now helping with knowledge, skills, abilities, and having employer validation sessions, and just quickly moving. So, for sure, they are, you know, they're. I wouldn't say as fast as they could be, but I have to give them, the other side of that coin again is that they are moving pretty quickly and doing a lot of good things. And then you have another point that was mentioned earlier, and I hope I'm not flipping to a different area, but really we don't know in terms of the uncertainty what jobs will be created. With AI, we were just, however many years ago, I don't want to say the wrong way, but before we had the skill of flight, we did not know about pilots or aircraft mechanics. And then you have TSTC has, I believe the chancellor said, almost or over 30% of the construction is training and skills for the entire state is done through this system. We just, all of the things we don't know that we're just learning, that what kind of jobs there will be in the future. And just very quickly, it's real special that I'm here. My dad was owned a construction company when the peso devalued in the 1980s in Mexico. We're in the South Texas in the Valley. He needed to do something different. He was hired to help build out a construction technology program for Texas State Technical Institute before they changed the name to college in Harlingen. And it was a small warehouse shared with a peace officers training program. And I would go in the summer and sometimes stay out there. And then to see this, I wish he could have seen it. This is, it's just so good for the state. I mean, period. It's just so good for the state to have this kind of work. And this is just one building of many buildings. And so we should all be very proud of the system and our community colleges and our 4 years.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I think that one of the things that I'm thinking about here when you guys are kind of talking about this bottom-up approach and sort of, you know, you just made the point there, Justin, that the jobs of the future haven't been created yet. And, you know, when we're thinking about the efforts that legislators at the federal government can do, this conversation is starting to build as far as needing to support this kind of workforce development in this age of AI. You know, what is that best government approach in your mind? Is it just more funding? You know, how can government be supportive here, but also stay out of the way to allow that kind of local flexibility that Roberto was discussing?
We are not a group that always, our first answer is additional funding in terms of government. But I will say in this, a different situation was needed, more funding was needed. And this is just for the community colleges, not take any away from any other of institutions. But with community colleges, it was a very antiquated system, and they outperformed, the community colleges outperformed in the first session. And so in 2025, January 2025, a supplemental budget had to be passed, $80–90 million to cover the overages, and now it's looking like there's going to be a significant amount more. We just need to tell the story, or remind Texas legislature, everyone, that where we were headed, the trajectory we were headed before House Bill 8, before we had a new system, the number of students leaving graduates from high school going to either a community college or TSTC, the majority of our high school graduates that were going on to post-secondary. And if we want to return to the trajectory we had, then let's not fully fund, but we've got to fund the outcomes, and that is a fiscally conservative thing to do. Now, no doubt, the model and the metrics are going to have to be tweaked and changed, and we knew that. There are programs that were created that had never been tracked before. So when you're trying to track these programs, or not track, but project the dollars that were going to be needed in 2027 budget, 2026, 27, 28, 28, it was very, very difficult, if not impossible. So I think we're just the growing pains right now, but I will say that that's, again, never usually our answer, additional funding, but we need to stay the course with making sure that the institutions have the resources they need, and that they stay focused on labor market information and regional demand, and that they're helping individuals be able to build a career and a life for themselves. I mean, and that's a win-win-win for employers, employees, and institutions who are now being funded by outcomes and performance. So in this case, I will say that the government shouldn't, you know, the legislature does a really good job working with in terms of what the metrics are going to be, and there's groups, again, I just saw someone walk in that does a lot of work on the metrics and the weighting And that still has to be tweaked and figured out, but we'll get there. And it was just an initial projection that wasn't maybe as accurate as it could have been, and that's not to anyone's fault, but now we're at a situation where we're going to have a big funding gap. And so my hope is that in January of the legislature will they will have a supplemental budget to cover what is necessary, and I hope that the community colleges are felt that they're taken care of because of the work they've done. That I don't want to say owed, but that they've done a lot of work. But it's really what the focus should be on. If we don't continue providing these resources, that we made it was a unanimous vote in the House to pass House Bill 8, and if we don't want to go back. And I think maybe we just need to remind everyone who's making these decisions of why this new system was in place, and these are not wasted government dollars. These are dollars that are really, really helpful, and I'm glad and proud of what this legislature did with TSTC last session. So we're moving in the right direction, and I'm positive we'll get there.
Well, and I guess what I'm kind of getting at, and like what I'm thinking about is, we're talking about making sure everybody's rowing in the same direction, right? And Hope in the Waco Chamber, you had written that no single institution or sector is equipped to address these workforce problems alone. And I think that just gave me questions. Like I was just thinking, like, well, whose job is that to make sure that everybody is rowing in the right direction, and how do we make sure that is happening, essentially?
Well, I think we all have to own it, right? Because given the pace of technological advancement, technology adoption, and what AI is doing to our workplace every day, we have to be able to really have that co-leadership approach and that community approach to the talent development needs of our region. And I think that's something that sometimes we dismiss, and sometimes we don't have those conversations because we assume we know. And it's dangerous to do that. It's also dangerous to guess. So having those very specific conversations, we have the opportunity a lot of times to come into communities and help them focus on strategic employer engagement around the business and industry leadership team model, which really gets to the heart of what are those knowledge, skills, and abilities that you need workers to have, not just today, but 12 to 36 months into the future, and have specific enough conversations that we can get to that.
If I could add to it, I think it's three things I would ask of the legislature. Provide the resources that are necessary for, in this case, community colleges, who are the primary vehicle that we have to try to train and deploy this future workforce that we're talking about as being vital to our economic competitiveness globally going forward. So you provide the resources. Two, provide a level playing field in terms of a regulatory framework. Think through the rules, set the rules, and abide by what you establish as the rules. You can't change it because planning depends on that so that we all have predictability around what we have to do. And then thirdly, sort of like do no harm. Once you've done those two things, allow these institutions to have the flexibility to go do what they need to do. So reducing the barriers, whether it's funding sources, the discussions about tuition caps and so on and so forth, those are things that tend to get in the way for community colleges and institutions to be able to fulfill this mandate that they've been given statutorily. And so those would be the three things that I'd say is provide the resources, set a regulatory framework, and get out the way and reduce the barriers.
That's a great point. I mean, this House Bill 8 was passed in 2023, so the rules weren't even, we're talking 24, 25, this is not something that was done in the 90s that were, and to answer your other question of why, I guess I did, employers have to step up. It's all of the above, as you said, and there have to be, and some companies have incredible, I won't say Bell Helicopter, Lockheed Martin, they have these incredible programs, and there are other employers that aren't going to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to build a lab for themselves, but they can reach out and work with institutions, and those institutions can reach out and work with employers. And one thing we're proud of is we're working with Business Higher Education Forum. The TBLC created a playbook for community colleges and how to work with employers. It has templates and how to reach out. and if anyone wants to, my information should be that we can provide that to anybody. And so it is a sort of a one place we hope it'll be a living document. We can adapt it, but it's how institutions can work with employers, and we are always talking to our employers about how we can help them reach out to who they need to. But I don't think there's not one. I mean, I guess the bully pulpit would be some, our state leaders, but elected leaders. But they do a good job of understanding. They know we're only as good as our workforce and our critical infrastructure. And
I was going to share, there's a couple of examples that come to mind for me here in Texas in terms of that collaboration of employers and colleges. And Austin Community College's biotech program is a great example. They've been around, they instituted that program in the late 90s. But in addition to preparing technicians for the biotechnology field, they started a biotech incubator in 2017. And it's been just a game changer for biotech startups, for those small and mid-sized businesses, because the biotech industry is growing by leaps and bounds, and Texas is now ranked third in terms of the state that's leading in that particular industry. But the equipment that it takes to train people to work in that field is just, so, in terms of the magnitude compared to other, especially two-year programs, it's huge. It's sometimes insurmountable. So having that opportunity for small companies to get started in that incubator, to be able to share those labs with students and be exposed to that's something that ACC has really leaned into. It's made a huge difference. And then San Jacinto in the Houston area has been working really around the cell and gene therapy area, and it's been growing and growing, and existing companies like Eli Lilly are taking note of that, coming to town and working with the college to train that workforce before that plant is even open. So that's something that's going on this month, and Eli Lilly hasn't even yet opened their doors. So I think, lots of examples of innovation, but it's got to be what's going to make the most sense for your region.
And I'm going to shift gears a little bit, unless either of you all have something else to add on this. But, one of the things that I am thinking about, like I'm happy to represent the late 20s audience up here on stage.
Me too.
Me too.
Yes. Okay, yeah, thank you. And, what I hear from a lot of my friends when we talk about like the rise of AI is sort of this feeling of like, who is this for? I think when you hear these tech CEOs talk about it, it's, no one is ever gonna work again and we're all gonna lose our jobs, and, it's very pie in the sky, or I guess that could also be doomsday depending on how you think about it. But like, I think a lot of people struggle to sort of know where this is going to take us and what it's going to mean for your own future. And so I think like thinking about sort of the opportunities and upward mobility, especially for those kind of like working class people, like what does that look like, especially when so much is changing in this field, and kind of like knowing what those jobs of the future are? Like how do we center upward mobility and creating opportunity for people as so much changes in the economy? And we can start with you, Lalu. Or Hope, please.
I think Hope was ready.
Hope went for the mic,
I'll just say, we have to democratize access to AI, right? And we really have to, everyone's lives are being touched by AI, whether you know it or not. And I think being able to have that, the barrier to AI entry is very low, right? And the U.S. Department of Labor created an AI framework and a text-based on your phone AI course that's being used in workforce development programs across the country, and even by a colleague of mine who's a retired president from the Dallas system. She's using it with the food pantry clients at her church because they've got a cell phone. It's something that they can, learn very easily. Now, of course, that's just an awareness level, but that is so important, right? Because the more awareness you have, then that ethical and the responsibility use then comes into play, which gets to some of your questions you were saying, where are we headed with this, right? So those foundational skills, but then also how do we use this as a tool ethically and responsibly in our day-to-day? So I think with access and then that ethical and responsible use thing has got to be early on for everyone.
Well, and Please. No, I am curious because I'd be remiss. When we're in a technical college, we're talking a lot about AI, but obviously the infrastructure that's powering that is data centers, and that has been a huge topic of discussion in the state of Texas. And something I hear from a lot of these technology companies is their need for plumbers that kind of work these water systems and electricians that deal with all of the many wires running through a data center to get power to these different things. And there have been a number of programs that have been announced by a lot of these companies to create training programs to fill these roles, but I think it's kind of a mixed bag. Like, I've heard different opinions on if there is truly a shortage. There's also, they're paying a lot more, and so it is making it more challenging for home builders to be able to get the workers that they need to be able to do their work. I'm naming a lot of different things, but I think the kind of point I'm trying to make is it's challenging right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you're saying is true. I mean, the premise of your question about who's AI for, so the theoretical framework is we're deploying AI so that humans don't have to do so many of these jobs, yet we need humans so that we can't have AI, right? Because AI can't build its own data centers. So that's just a fundamental thing. I mentioned to people earlier, it is true that plumbers, electricians are being pulled off of job sites because they can get paid more out in West Texas. It's no different than what happened during fracking, where construction workers were, heading out to go drive $100,000 trucks because they could make money out in the oil patch. So how did we get here? It's sort of question I think it's worth us reflecting on. Watson was on Jeopardy 2011 or something like that, and I think it won, and I actually knew one of the engineers who was on that IBM team with Watson. And then there was a competition where AI defeated some chess grandmaster. I can't remember the grandmaster's name. China saw that, and they decided then and there that this was going to be the biggest challenge that we had. And so we got into this race unwittingly because China moved fast, and I think it forced us to have to move fast to catch up. It's no different than what happened with nuclear proliferation. I mean, if we're being candid about it, countries are worried about not being left behind and what the competitive advantage is going to be. So we've gone out to try to be on the frontier leading edge of AI. The reality is, if you really understand how these AI systems work, there's still a long ways to go. And I've had debates about when do we get to AGI, and people are now redefining what they consider AGI. And AGI is when supposedly they're smarter than we are. If you look at how many of you utilize in your work Claude or ChatGPT with some regularity, okay? Those same people, how often does it drift off into no man's land that you're like, hey, I just want to do this thing. We don't need to build this new. You've all seen those prompts. Oh, I think you've stumbled on something much more important here. And I'm like, no. I just want this report. Like, I only have 20 minutes to do this thing, right? So they drift. They're clunky, and you think you build it and you can just set it aside and go on. It's like, no, you get an email, hey, it failed to run. And so now you have to take time to go correct it. So I think the reality is it's still evolving so much. And ultimately, I just think it becomes like what the computer is. If I asked most of you, how many of your companies still have a receptionist or someone who answers phones? We invented these things that were supposed to do all the things, because at the time it was, can you type 90 words per minute? Now you have your own calendar, you have your own phone, your own email, your own fax machine. You carry all of this around with you, yet we still have people who have to serve in those functions. I think that's ultimately what AI is going to be. It's going to supplant a lot of the functions that are very manual and tedious. However, human input and human judgment, more than anything else, is still going to be vital. Now, I hope someone proves me wrong that in 10 years I don't have to work, because I am certainly looking forward to it. Like, I'm a great dinner conversationalist. I enjoy wine. So if anybody has that role for someone who doesn't need to work in 10 years, just keep Lalu in mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way sommeliers are being replaced by AI, so. Well, and we're getting pretty close to the 15-minute mark before we get to Q&A, so I just wanted to finish with a question for each of you to kind of build on that. I'd love to hear, starting with you, Hope, do you use AI at work, and how has that changed over the past couple of years?
Yes, I do use AI for work, and I think that sometimes exposure to a lot of tools, sometimes, it's like boiling the ocean and you don't know which one to start with. We've had the opportunity to be involved with some of our colleagues through NSF, National Science Foundation projects, introducing AI tools to community college faculty. Let's see how we can use this with curriculum. And there are so many different avenues that you can take, right? So thinking about what makes the most sense, what still keeps the learning as the learning, right? And we've tried to, as an organization, not necessarily set a policy that you have to use this tool or that you have to use Microsoft because it's built into Office 365, right? You decide based upon the task of your day to day, right? Which tool, try it out, try something else out, and see what's best for you. But really being able to know when to use it and when not to use it sometimes is the most important, right? And you can go on those rabbit trails. You may ask for, an answer to a single question, and it may give you a proposal, for a new construction technology center, and you're like, well, we have $50,000 for this grant. I don't think that's gonna cut it. So we have to, kind of scale back our expectations, and you have to be really precise. So it's a collaborative tool that can be of great value if used right and responsibly. But, there's there's definitely some considerations that we need to have always present and using that human judgment at all times.
Justin, do you use AI at work and how?
We do, but we have not fully integrated it into everything yet. It's mostly a tool for helping with writing and some of the research we do. But we're closing in on being able to move into some other areas. But it's just I guess we're still in the do a lot of work on it and do a lot of research around the workforce in AI, but again, and we do it. It has been helpful. It's saved. I can see the time efficiency aspect of it, but the full effect that I think it will have for us and small nonprofits and organizations and small companies is going to be very meaningful. But only if there is. I'm glad you another word you said that judgment that is we have to have the. It can go off in different directions, and it's so much better than it was 6 months ago. I think I've seen when the different levels come out, or I forget what they're called, but so yes and no, but we'll continue.
We're using AI extensively in our operations. I mean, it's important. I mean, we use it in a sandbox. So let me clarify: it can't access certain systems, but we use it. We're in the construction business, so project management, tracking invoices, contractors. We spent quite a bit of time this summer setting up these systems and workflows that we plan to fully deploy so that much of our business will run on that. The last point that I'll make about AI, I think just like we have base curriculum in high school that requires people to take math and writing, I think AI should become required curriculum because humans as a whole, all the people that we're working to try to, fill the skills gaps for, they need a basic understanding of how you have to apply logic to utilize these tools. And I think that's what the difference maker is going to be. You could develop expertise in these different areas, whether it's healthcare, whether it's, biotechnology, engineering, but it's being able to apply that logic model to utilize the tool to support the work that you're doing.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we're working, others are working having some discussions right now about embedding into our TEKS, our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, into the K-12 program, some AI literacy and models, AI ethics and everything else into the appropriate levels at school, throughout the secondary school. So, I agree. And I think it's coming, but we'll have our next legislative session in January. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Matthew, we have some Q&A.
Excellent. So just a reminder for those online, I know we have a graphic to be able to get you to texastribune.org/ask, and a reminder for those in the room, it's that QR code right on the program where you could submit your questions. We have about 15 minutes here before a brief break, but the title of this panel was what Texas employers actually need, and I want to, just based on some questions here, kind of talk about what Texas employees or potential employees actually need. And one of them, when you all have talked about systems, partnerships, the kind of role of educational institutions and employers, how do we think about, at a state and community level, cultivating a thriving workforce in terms of systems of support? And although I mentioned that in part because of some of the work that you're doing regarding economic mobility, but really a question for anyone about how else we're thinking about investments that are needed for employees or potential employees.
Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to. So in my day job, I'm at the intersection of housing and economic mobility. I also serve on the Harris County Housing Authority Board. So you get to see this full continuum of the people that I keep referencing. And when you look at how transformational education is to people's lives, the next best thing other than that primary education that they get, essentially is the secondary academic opportunities that they can tap into, because you take people from low-wage jobs, if they can find the right pathway to get into the right skills job setting, that one person can fundamentally alter the trajectory of their family. People don't realize that there are folks who've lived in affordable housing, and let's just call it what they are, Section 8-based housing for so long that they're multi-generational people who have lived there. And so you have, and it's heartbreaking. I mean, my office is in 3rd Ward in Houston, so I'm very close to this, where you see how important it is that we find ways to break those cycles of poverty. And so, and it's not enough to just get one person to college. It's how do you use that as a lever to extract more people within that lineage to provide those opportunities. And so that's my real concern about who's missing from this conversation. And we have to figure out ways to meet them where they are. And so part of, I think, our role as leaders is figuring out who are some of the people who are closer to those folks who can better deliver the message. Me showing up once a month is not going to do it. So maybe it's that social worker that we're inviting into the conversation around AI, or that person who offers tutoring and after service, or those nonprofits who provide after school services and programming. They have to be part of this conversation, because planting those seeds very early on fundamentally could alter the outcome there. And there's a lot of talent out there. The missing link is the access to opportunity.
We can't go back to the time when we were tracking students, and that wasn't that long ago. Based on the zip code, you had these opportunities. That's just, we cannot go back there. One, it's immoral and unethical. It's also does not make any sense economically. We need all Texans to be able to, have a skill and be able to provide for themselves. It's just, again, a win-win-win. And I think that it's very good point. I just agree with you both on very good points on access and opportunity. We have to continue to make sure that this is not another area where large sections of our population don't have access or are left behind or don't feel that it's for them. Those kinds of things. We can't go back there, and it's very important.
I think we have to design on-ramps for all Texans to get on the career pathway of their choice, right? And if that means adult education and workforce development collaboration to get them on the path first, I mean, that's what it takes.
Are there any specific partnerships or initiatives that you've seen that if nothing else for people here or watching online can use to begin to understand what some of this may look like?
Yeah, I don't think any singular partnership comes to mind. I just think about the different nonprofits, and I don't want to talk about Houston nonprofits because it's really nothing that everyone else here would understand. But I think about organizations like Collaborative for Children, who are early on involved in pre-K education, and they're partnering with daycares to try to improve outcomes for young early learners. But to the point that was just made, the adult learners also a big gap. Right, there are a lot of, my grandfather's 96 years old, and I remember a decade ago he was visiting Houston, and he compels my younger sister to come to our home because he would stay with us and teach him how to use a laptop. And I'm sitting here like it was such a fascinating thing to watch that someone in their 80s was learning how to use a laptop. Then eventually figured out how to text, and then now he's sending me videos on WhatsApp and all kinds of things. So, there are these opportunities where we have a lot of adult learners that, that we're missing. And really think when we talk about adult learners, don't think of necessarily, late career people. There are a lot of folks between 20 and 35 who just missed that opportunity to get on that on-ramp you described. And so we have to figure out through whether it's the NAACP, Urban League, United Way, you name it, food banks, et cetera. These are all potential partners because these are all organizations that touch people. And so it's how do we invite them into the conversation to say, hey, as they do that grocery pickup, here's a QR code, let them scan it. They can get access to some tool that starts to help educate them about the possibilities of technology.
Yeah, and I think making careers visible to all populations. I was visiting with a team who had just finished a career fair night, and they said, we had a lot of interest, we had a big turnout, but we actually signed up more parents for this potential, kickoff of this new program than we did their students because there were so many opportunities for adult learners, and they were like, wow, why did I not know about this?
Obviously, a lot of appropriate attention around AI skills and literacy. But Sarah from Houston asks, what skills do employers kind of need besides AI skills? And it's the soft skills conversation. And I guess with that, is attention to that being lost, or with limited attention span of like, we need these skills versus soft skills, and how are you all looking at that?
I would say we hear both sides of the equation, the technical skills and the soft skills, which we usually call employability skills, but adaptability, flexibility, problem solving, those are going to continue to be critical, and even more so with the adoption of AI tools. So,
I think thoughtfulness is a skill that employees need. We all go through it. You hire people, you can have your training protocol, but their day-to-day relies on their ability to think through, understand what your organization's, core mission is and what the functional role is required. What part of this ecosystem does our department help make better? So thoughtfulness is the only description that I can kind of come up with, like be able to think through. We've given you the basic rules of, here's the big picture, what we do, here are the rules of how we have to operate. Now you have to be able to apply some thoughtfulness and reasoning through how do you help us solve problems? How do you help us solve problems we're not even aware of? So that's what I would think a lot of employees are thinking about.
I'll add one more. Our friends at Trellis, durable skills, and I think that's important because they're not soft skills. They're things that are durable that will last your entire life. And I always want to add one thing. Look to your left and your right. You're going to see work-based learning programs, and it's not just, it's here, it's incredibly important. But in banks, we need to exponentially expand our work-based learning and as part of our programs throughout. And the community colleges, obviously TSDC is home run, but we need to make sure that those programs, and again, some employers can participate in that, some can't based on their size, but those durable skills along with on-the-job training can be done through work-based learning, and that's just a key element.
So with that in mind, and it is an incredible reminder of where that hands-on training is required, but Chad from Waco also asks, what role will online education play in meeting the needs of Texas employers, and what are the limits do you perceive in some of those online teaching modalities?
I would say that the hybrid approach, especially to technical programs, is best. We've seen a lot of colleges have success teaching the lecture portion, if you will, through online instruction, but being able to have that hands-on in the lab time as a cohort really does make a difference, especially certainly in the skilled trades, but with any technical program.
Yeah, I'd say on the online courses are great for flexibility, but I think in person you still need that context. So I would encourage any young person who's pursuing some program, if there are opportunities to actually be in person and it's a hybrid course, don't just opt for the online. And I teach as well, and I know it's very challenging teaching in strictly an online modality versus having students in a room where you're able to engage. I wanted to clarify my answer. I said thoughtfulness. I think a well-rounded way of thinking is more how I would succinctly put that, not just thoughtfulness, a well-rounded way of thinking. So for that question, I think it was Sarah from Houston, a well-rounded way of thinking is what's essential.
Thank you. We have time for one last question, and it's a big one that I imagine will be part of even the conversations we're having gathered here in Waco. It's a question from Austin of how do you remove stigmas from hiring practices that degrees from four-year universities mean you're more qualified? And perhaps, and I'm not speaking for this person, Austin, but the other side of, as we're prioritizing the skills and credentials that are possible with other pathways, does the value, what does that mean for the value of a four-year degree from a university?
I don't think it diminishes the value of a four-year degree at all, but I think the skills-based hiring conversation is one that continues to grow and should grow. And the original question, what about the stigma that you have to have a four-year degree? That's something that our organization has been, beating our head against the wall for decades because of the value that technicians have to so many businesses. But a lot of times, unless you are really looking at the competencies they bring to the table and are just only looking at that, paper ceiling, we're not employing those who are prepared to do a lot of those jobs. So it requires education, but here again, the collaboration, and we've seen over time, the more employers develop those programs in partnership with colleges, they see it as their program. It's a co-leadership approach, and they realize these students, because they're exposed to the students, help, giving them internships or other work-based learning experiences, they see they have the skills, right? And, over time, then working with HR departments and hiring managers to make sure that those job descriptions reflect the skills and not necessarily just, start with the blanket prerequisite requirement that is probably misaligned.
Yeah. It has taken a long time to remove that stigma. It's still going to be there, and I don't know it'll ever completely go away, but these are great jobs we're talking about, and I think when more and more people understand that sometimes when you're at an event or a meeting or a school conference, the plumber and the welder make the most money in the room of anybody else in the room. And these are jobs that are not just critically important for our community, they're very high-paying jobs and have a lot of high, future, maybe now more than ever, upside. But it just takes some time to realize that we need advanced degrees. We need all of the above, and it should be based on what you mentioned, what opportunity you want and what you pursue, and if you succeed, if you want to shift. But it just takes time, but I think it's changing faster than I've ever seen it in the last 20 years now. People realizing that, well, maybe I don't need the four-year degree, or I don't, and I think we'll get that change will happen.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the side of, I think the stigma is on both sides. On the one end, it's, you don't have a four-year degree, but now people are saying, you have a four-year degree in history, but I make more than you, right? And I think there are a lot of people with four-year degrees who are like, I've got, or even a master's degree, and I'm having to go do something that just requires a skill. So I would put in the plug for the four-year degree. I think a well-enlightened citizenry is still essential for a fully functional society. The value of a four-year degree is not simply a discipline. It's, I think, cultivating your ability to think critically, to think philosophically, and to have a well-rounded understanding of the world and the environment in which we're all in. My undergraduate degree is in biotechnology, but it's those analytical thinking skills that I get to apply in the trade that I'm in today. So I certainly want to put in a plug for the four-year institutions. I think it's still vital. We need thinkers, we need philosophers. All these AI models that we're talking about, they're being trained by people with four-year degrees because they have the reasoning skills. They're the ones who are setting up the rules-based society that AI models are being driven on.
We could have these conversations a lot longer, but I'm going to let people chat with our panelists here. We're going to take a 15-minute break for you to chat, with those you're connecting with at the symposium, along with our panelists. But I just want to thank all of our panelists and our moderator for the program. All right. For those joining us in person and online, we're going to get started with our next panel. For those who hear a bit of background noise, it's okay because we're talking about K through 12 in classroom. So I'm not very good at being the teacher and getting people's attention, but I would ask for those who are gathered here at the Construction Technology Center to please take their seats so we can get started with our panel. Our next panel is going to go an hour from 11 a.m. to 12. We're focused on building the pipeline, K through 12 through credential. And what we want to do with this hour together is look at the policy and practice behind dual enrollment, career academies, and short-term credentials, and how HB 8 is reshaping the K through 12 to workforce pipeline across the state. We do have some cameras in the back. We can play a little game where the cameras turn to people who are still talking and not having a seat for the program. I won't do that. We don't need to shame. But if we can get started here, that would be great. So as I said, our panel today is looking at building the pipeline K through 12 through credential. Our speakers today are Laura Marmolejo, Dean of Advanced Manufacturing and Engineering Technology at Austin Community College, and Mary Lynn Prunetta, Director of Education and Workforce Policy at Texas 2036. Our moderator is Sneha Day, is an education reporter for the Texas Tribune working in partnership with Open Campus. She covers pathways from education to employment and the accessibility of post-secondary education in Texas with an eye on college readiness, community colleges, and career and technical training. A reminder that you can ask your questions online using the QR code that's on your program and at texastribune.org. And we will get to as many questions as we can at the end of the program. And with that, I turn the panel over to Sneha.
Thanks, Matt. You could have had a great career as a teacher. But I am really excited to be here with y'all. I think when we talk about the future of the economy, what we're really talking about is students, right? And when we talk about having a strong economic ladder, we're talking about the opportunities that we're giving young people. And so I really think the conversation here is really, really critical as we think about, what does it mean to have a successful pipeline, that school to work pipeline, and really think through where are students falling through the cracks and how do we close those gaps. Laura, I want to start with you, and I want to start with the pipeline that students at ACC have through y'all's advanced manufacturing program. Talk to me about that. I mean, it's at every level, right? There's a 6-week certificate program. It goes on to an associate's degree and even a bachelor's degree. Why do y'all have it set up that way so that students can enter and then also exit at every stage?
So we created, we definitely have our academic traditional track where they can come in and get their Associate of Applied Science. And then we do recently, a couple years ago, establish a Bachelor's of Applied Technology. So we have our traditional academic track, which has been doing really well, and we see it growing every year. What we've also created, which I think is important, is a secondary track, which is what we call our fast track. And what it does is it provides technical skills training for people who can't access education in the traditional sense. They're working full-time, maybe extra hours, and they just don't have the bandwidth. So in order to serve the community with the jobs that are in the Central Texas area, with all the employment going on, we definitely worked with the companies to create an additional track that provides skills training at the entry level all the way to the advanced level. And that way you have the ability to serve a broader range of people, which is really the goal, right? To get everybody what they need to get those great jobs that are at least in Texas right now.
And I want to stay on that 6 to 8 week certificate right now. I think that's really critical because I think in the past couple of years, what we've seen is a real interest in investing in those short-term credentials. Who do you see in the classroom that is really taking it? Who are the students that are taking advantage of those programs?
That's a really good question because we did start that a couple of years ago, and again, that was to serve a pathway, or call it the gateway course. It gets people who have a non-technical background a pathway into a technical career pathway. And initially, it was a lot of career changers or adults that were still trying to find their path. But we've seen a lot more shift to the young. There's a lot of, we know that statistically that there's a huge percentage of students that graduate from high school and they don't really want to go to school at that moment in time. So we're starting to see more young people also in these entry-level gateway courses, because again, the goal is to get them a job. And what I love about this program is that it also gives them articulated or college credit in escrow, so to speak, so that if they come back later, they didn't waste their time just taking a training. So yes, it's getting broader. Again, initially it was an older crowd or people who are like looking for a new field, but now, like I said, I think it's starting to broaden. And word of mouth is the way these things grow a lot. So we see a lot of repeat, like my friend took this class, and now my brother took this class, and so they're coming because of that, and they see that they get these opportunities to get a good job in manufacturing.
Marilyn, what is driving this investment and interest in short-term credentials? It's really happening across the state in recent years.
Well, I think one of the things that's driving it is the data. I think that Texas is one of the states with some of the best education and workforce data systems in the country. We have a lot left to do, but we're certainly far ahead and more advanced than several other states that we could name. And I think one of the things that the members and other policymakers, be it the coordinating board or elsewhere, have looked at is, okay, well, what's the best way to get children or students in this state the best amount of opportunity? And I think a lot of that is reflecting on short-term credentials that are also more responsive to things that employers need. So I think a lot of it is just driven by using data and information to make the very best decisions that we can.
That makes sense. And so much of the idea of short-term credentials, especially when it was first discussed, is this idea of stackability. So that term really refers to this theory, right, that students who can only take maybe a 6-week program right now, but they'll get hooked, right? They'll take that program and then they'll come back to the school or college and advance on to that pipeline, right? And go on that pathway and go on to get an associate's degree. What are we seeing in terms of the data? Like, is that actually happening? Are we seeing these short-term credentials actually be used in a stackable way?
Well, I think Texas has a way to go to really be able to make sure that the short-term credentials that we're funding under our House Bill 8 system are then leading to other types of, more longitudinal pathways, because short-term credentials in our space with a heavy kind of more state involvement through the community college finance reform passed, I think at this point about 4 years ago, is just making sure that we're putting those short-term credentials into our system and that students can receive them, that they are stackable and articulatable. But I think there's a question out there and we still have to continue to work on it. And that's one of the reasons that I think it's so important what the state has done with the UI data overhaul that we've got going on and making sure that the unemployment insurance data that we're collecting from TWC can then be used by institutions like TSTC, our community colleges, and our four-year universities to better track and make sure that we're actually serving kids and ultimately getting back to what's the very best opportunity that we as a state can give them.
Laura, do you want to jump in here? What are you seeing on the ground?
Yeah, I think definitely skills-based training is becoming more valuable today. Employers need employees now, and technology's changed, right? So it's not like it was historically where you could just entry and train. You have to come with some skill sets. So these short-term credentials are really more critical now, and they're allowing people the opportunity to, again, make a good living wage, which is super important, especially now as prices have gone up. It matters. So I'm really excited that we can help students connect with a good paying job, which is most important to me, is getting them a great job.
Are you seeing those students come back?
Absolutely. We're seeing, every year we see more. Like I said, we've created the stackable credential model where we have our 3 non-credit programs lead into our associate program, which leads into our bachelor's program. And we are seeing more and more every year, more people coming back. And it's not easy. The school system is not easy. So we've intentionally dedicated one of our staff members to help the non-credit students find their path back, because if it becomes difficult, sometimes they just don't bother. And so sometimes you need that personal touch. So we are actually being more intentional about reaching out to them when they're done and saying, when you're ready, here's who you call. Here's your next step. We want to give them exactly step 1 and 2, because if you don't, I see it all the time. People come, they call, they don't get the right answer, they don't get a person on the phone, and they just say, forget it, and they just continue on their daily life, right? So it's got to be intentional for us to make sure that we connect those students with the resources. And ACC is a big place. It can be, you can get lost in the shuffle. And so again, in our department, we really want to make sure to do that. We do that with non-credit students, but we also have that person reaching out to our high school students as well as any other programs that can link straight into credit. So definitely we saw about in the last few years I think about 100 students have crossed over, which is unusual. Usually non-credit classes, those students don't matriculate back, but we have seen, I think, about 100 over the last 2 to 3 years enroll in some course after they finish their non-credit program.
I think what you're saying is really key, right? Like this idea of the student moving on and going on to that next degree or that higher degree or credential, right? That is to degrees and credentials that we have shown result in higher wages, right? Later down the line. And having that advising to make sure that they're able to make that jump, right? Because I talk to students all the time who don't know how to navigate the financial aid portion and don't know even how to enroll, and so having someone to support them through that is really key. I want to shift gears a little bit. I'm really interested in this idea of like what makes a credential worth it, and for Texas, right? A lot of it is we want students to complete degrees that get them ready for the workforce. Meanwhile, for students, there are thousands of credentials that they can choose from, and how do they distinguish between, what will result in better wages, allow them to climb that economic ladder, bring home a higher salary for their family, versus one that is just a piece of paper, right? And so I'm curious how y'all think of that. Mary Lynn, I want to start with you. Like, how does the state define a credential of value?
Yeah, well, we've really advanced that term of art in state law and policy, this concept of a credential of value. And generally it means that it's something that's high wage, so it's going to make you enough money to live free of government assistance and support your family, and that it's high demand, so that you're going to keep having a job for several years after you earn the credential. And so it's exactly kind of the opposite of what you articulated. Like, it's the opposite of a useless piece of paper, because it's going to make you enough money to support yourself, and then it's going to lead to something afterwards. And then just one of my personal bugaboos that I always like to add is that it's also a job where you want to live. I think so much in this state that we're so quick to look at these macro levels and think about, well, this job's available in Austin, but this person lives in Zephyr. Like, this job's available in Houston, yeah, but they're in Midland. And so it's so important to think about regionalizing this, because I genuinely believe that if people want to live close to their mom, that they should be able to. And I think that's maybe a controversial take, but I do believe that we live in a state that's big enough to do that, and big enough to offer opportunities and pathways towards meaningful wages and meaningful careers in the communities where people were born or where they want to live. And I think we're kind of going towards slowly this regionalization of credentials of value, which I think is going to be kind of supercharging all of the work that we've already done on credentials of value and COVs, is making sure that we're also reflecting on, well, what are the jobs in Zephyr? What are the jobs in Brownsville? What are the jobs all the way up in Perryton? And then let's make sure that from the K-12 level to the community college level to the four-year regional institution serving that community, that things are as seamless as possible for young people, so that government is not the reason that they can't achieve the life that they want to have.
Laura, what do you think of when Mary Lynn says
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. I agree with everything you're saying. And I just want to add that, to me, when we look at programs, we always, our credential value would be anything that the companies are looking at and saying, this is the skills that we need. So it's definitely employer driven, for one thing. And the other thing that I'm just thinking about what you say, we always also try to make sure that the core is similar, or as we want to say, this is transferable skills. Like you said, if you want to move to Houston or anywhere else, you should at least have some core skills that would be useful in most industries in this area. So it's very important to have the ability to have that flexibility. Although we know most of our students want to stay where they're at, we still want to allow that ability to choose.
Laura, with ACC's Advanced Manufacturing Program, you've partnered with industry partners like NXP, Samsung, Tesla. Talk to me about, when you're in conversation with those folks, right, what are they saying about what they actually value in a degree and the kinds of students that they want to hire?
Foremost is definitely skill sets that they're looking for. The majority of them still do want the credential, the pathway to a degree. So I think for our department, we actually have both non-credit and credit under the same umbrella, meaning it's all under one department. So that's been, I think, one of the advantages to working with the companies, that we can offer both solutions in one place. Not to mention the students can easily go from one to the other, because they still do. I mean, there are a few companies that don't care at all about the degrees, they just want the skills. But in general, we want to make sure the students get both, not only skills, but access to a degree, because we know that at the end of the day, that's always an advantage, especially right now in manufacturing, because it's such a demand area. So definitely working with companies, we try to meet with them on a regular basis to get their feedback. Again, we operate on a demand-driven, meaning if they ask for it, we'll build it. All the programs we've built have been based on conversations with the companies. It was never the other way around. The traditional model, it says, here it is, I think you'll like it, right? We don't operate that way. We try to go the opposite, where what do you need? What are your pain points? Okay, we'll kind of create a program that will fit fix that problem that exists.
So one of the things that I think, well, first of all, I'd be really remiss if I didn't point out one of the ways that I've tried to, get more career-oriented conversations in my personal life is I live in a suburban area of Northwest Austin, and I always like to tell moms and dads when we're having conversations about where our kids are going to college, we say, well, I'm raising a family of tornadoes. Like, what's a tornado? I'm like, we're going to TSTC. Because I've looked at the data and I know that I have young boys and I don't generally where I think that their interests fit, and they all right now, they want to be construction workers. And they want to be construction workers because we come from a family of construction workers, and the trades are something that we value in our household. So I think as we continue to think about the amazing work that you guys are doing at ACC, or the amazing work that TSTC is doing, and having employer-driven conversations that are reflecting on what the economy needs and what regional needs are, I also think core to this too is people that have college degrees and people that have maybe taken an alternative pathway, standing up and talking to other people with those degrees and saying, this other pathway over there, it is just as academically rigorous. It is just as important to the future of our country and the future of our state, and you should consider it alongside these options in your personal life. It is not just for someone else's kids. And so I think the work that we're doing, like through TSDC, through you all, that's part of this, and having these conversations and creating a culture of the trades is something that we lost several decades ago, and I think everyone in this room is committed to getting that back, but it's gonna take a lot of work and a lot of intentional conversations and a lot of program design. So.
Yeah, I would definitely love to add to that. I agree with you in that respect, because one of the challenges we have is with advanced manufacturing, people don't think they want everyone to go get a university degree, which is fine, I totally agree, but there's two parallel paths. Every community or manufacturer needs engineers. They need technicians just as much as they need engineers. And so really it depends on what the student's interest is, if he's more hands-on or if he wants to design more. And I think that right now there's a lot of students that are just geared in one direction. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is work with our engineering department. We're engineering technology, but we have an engineering transfer program, just trying to let them know there are more than one ways to get into a successful career. Because if everyone tries to funnel into one door and it doesn't fit everyone, then I don't know what happens to those students. So I know that that's not uncommon, is for students to fall out because they tried to go into the engineering path and for whatever reason they don't complete. We are trying to make sure they know there's an alternative path, because some people are really hands-on. I'm not one of them, but I know there are some people that are really hands-on and would love to be in the technician role. And like I said, we have a pathway to a bachelor's degree, so these technicians can come back, get their bachelor's degree, and move into supervisors, or even sometimes engineering 1 roles in manufacturing will allow that same pathway. And just to give you an example, we had no expectations after that, but we recently have had 3 of our bachelor's degree graduates matriculate. 2 of them went to a master's program at UT and 1 at Texas State. So even without expecting it, those pathways will continue just by the conversations, by the awareness that they're there. So it's real important for me, again, to make sure that people know there's more than one way to get into a wonderful career. And it could be a 4-year degree path, or it could start with a 2-year degree path.
How has the conversation about options for students changed at the K through 12, the public school level?
In 2017, Texas changed its school accountability system. And so what the state said was that college, career, and military readiness matters as a component of high school graduation. And in that metric, we put in a couple of different things. We put in industry-based certifications, level 1, level 2 certificates, alongside other classic measures like dual credit course participation or passing, like getting a certain score on the SAT or the ACT. That, to me, was the first thing, the domino that fell towards this career conversation, because it signaled to our schools and to our high schools in this state that proficiency and readiness mean college and career. And so I think it's critical that we continue to have those conversations. I think we need to do a whole heck of a lot better in the ways that we're measuring college and career readiness, because career readiness, I think for every single person in this room, is not a Microsoft Word certificate. And that is what a lot of students are receiving a certificate in, or they're receiving a certificate in floral design. There are 40 jobs for florists every year in the state of Texas and tens of thousands of students in floral design coursework. We still have a whole far way to go to make sure that the opportunities and options that we're giving students are the ones that are regionally in demand and that lead to high wage and high demand jobs. So.
And I feel like there has been also a growth in CTE programs at the same time. I mean, can y'all talk a little bit?
Yeah, I think to Texas's credit, we've created differentiated funding mechanisms in career and technical education. So it depends on, as a student kind of goes through their journey, you are going to get more money for more difficult courses. Now, whether or not that's enough money and whether or not that can pay for a drill press or whatever $250,000 piece of equipment a particular school district needs, I think that's open to a conversation. But I think we're continuing to head in a better direction, but then also making sure that if you are in CTE, that CTE is in a pathway that's going to lead you to some type of certificate or credential. Again, that is valuable. And so it's not just a scattershot approach. I do think that scattershot approach is currently happening, and I do think sometimes what students are taking in CTE is divorced from maybe the certification that they're getting. But we can do a lot better, and we are doing a lot better. And Texas is in far, far better shape, I think, than most people realize, than a lot of our other neighboring states. So I'm grateful for the legislature.
I'm curious, like, what you all would like to see being done differently in order to better equip students, whether it's letting them know about the options that they have at a younger age or later on when they go and evaluate college options, like which route to take.
I definitely think awareness is critical. We've been spending a lot of time on awareness for the last few years, again, because they would tell us, oh, you know, of all the choices in high school, manufacturing was always last. And I'm like, oh, well, that's because nobody knows what that is. Nobody knows what semiconductor is. So one of the things that at least we've been the last several years, we have had so many more students come tour our Make It Center, which is in the career exploration space, and then they connect them to our departments, which then they get to see what the equipment looks like, what they're doing. And I think that's really made a difference because our enrollment has grown like 25% every year. And again, it's because they had no idea what that was. And it's an interesting thing that some of our faculty would be like, why are all these kids here? Because they'd come in middle school, right? Why are all these kids here? And we'd have to explain to them, this is important, this is awareness, and maybe they won't be here for 4 or 5 years, but if they don't start to think about it now, most of the schools have to make a decision really early on as to what path they want to start on. So awareness is important, and we have to invest in that awareness. Otherwise, we're not going to get the results that we're looking for.
Yes, completely agree. But then I would also add, I think that our state is not nearly focused enough on the challenges our kids have in mathematics. If you look at the data for the class of 2026, 2027, and 2028 on their Algebra 1 exam, not a single one of those high schoolers scored above 40% passage on Algebra 1. Okay, why are we caring about Algebra 1? If we want a bunch of people to go into the trades, shouldn't we just kind of focus on putting those kids in a different pathway? No. Did you know to lay the footing of a concrete foundation, you need what? Algebra and the Pythagorean theorem. 30% of students in Texas, when asked a question on the Pythagorean theorem on our state test, got it wrong. That means out the gate, 1 out of 3 students in our state is not ready to lay a concrete foundation. How in the world are those same kids going to be prepared to take the journeyman electrician exam or to take the master's electrician exam? One of the things that we hear so often in career conversations is that we want these students to go onto these career pathways so that they can earn X amount of wages. It's usually above $70,000, sometimes it's above $100,000. The individuals who earn that high wage in a lot of our career pathways have taken a licensing exam. That licensing exam includes components of 8th grade math and Algebra 1. And when you go up to the master's electrician's exam, it gets a whole heck of a lot harder. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to just do a math question from the master's electrician exam. It's beyond challenging. And so one of the things that I think, if we're actually, to your question, going to actually begin to have a serious conversation about career prep in this state, is to create a culture where going into a career is valuable and it is considered, a prosperous way to raise a family. But we cannot do that at the expense of academic rigor, because that belittles the trades, it devalues the trades, and then more importantly, it does not set students up to succeed and continue through that trade career ladder. Today, 20% of people in Texas that take the journeyman electrician exam pass the calculations portion. 80% of students, the young people that want to become a journeyman electrician, cannot pass the math needed to receive that licensure. Talk about a high stakes exam. So often we're focused on, we have a lot of tests in K-12 and we call them high stakes, but then suddenly we are taking an exam that determines how much money we make for our family. I mean, the difference between an entry-level electrician salary, a journeyman level salary, and a master's salary, I just don't know of anything that's more high stakes than that, because that's how you feed your kids.
That's totally correct, because they've asked me many times, why do you still require college algebra in our program? And not only because of that, because it is part of the core skills, but it's also a development of analytical thinking. If you can solve basic math, then you can analyze. And again, that translates into so many other things, just trying to problem solve, troubleshoot. And so, yeah, I agree with you, because I've been asked many times, well, maybe we should just lower the math standard. And we no, that's at the minimum.
The opposite. You should raise the math standard maybe above college-going kids for a lot of these trade pathways. And I think, too, that's such a critical point for AI. And I so appreciate the conversation about how AI is changing everything. And I certainly know that it is. But to understand and to be able to check whatever the model is outputting to you, what do you need? You need a proficiency in the English language and a proficiency in mathematics. In my argument, in my worldview, there is no reason that AI has diminished the value of what the K-12 system provides in reading, math, science, and history. In fact, I argue the total opposite, that it has never been more important now that we graduate young people that are on grade level, particularly in reading and math, when we're entering this age when suddenly models are everywhere, their output is everywhere, and it's contingent upon what is in your brain to check that.
Laura, I'm curious, you have a college algebra requirement for your courses. How much are you running into students who maybe are struggling to meet that requirement because they're graduating high school, not math, without those math skills that they need?
That's definitely a challenge. In fact, electronics, it's the most challenging is the AC circuits, which has got, a little bit of trig and a little bit of basic algebra. So yeah, it's a challenge, but that's why we also have a lot of tutors, and we try to find different ways to explain the concepts. So we do have to take extra steps to support that, because we know that they're not always going to come in with the right skill sets. It's a variety of skill sets when it comes to math. Some are really good, others are intimidated, really. And it's getting comfortable with that idea. Sometimes it's a mental block, and it's not really that they can't do math. So it's a lot of looking for other ways and other resources to get them comfortable. Because sometimes when a person actually realizes they can do math, it eliminates that fear, and then it starts to build their confidence, and then they do much better. So I don't think it's a lot to ask, really. It's more about how do we make sure that we can meet them where they're at and try to bring them along step by step to get to that level of proficiency.
And so I'm hearing an investment in tutors is one way. I want to talk about some of the investments that community colleges have made in recent years because of House Bill 8. So that is the overhaul of the way that community colleges were funded, and that happened 3 years ago. And so a lot has changed then. And so the way that they were changed to be funded was to reward student outcomes and getting students to graduation. Marilyn, what are you seeing across the state in terms of what that has meant for community colleges in the landscape of workforce training?
Well, I think community colleges were issued a challenge and they rose to meet it. just hands down. If you just look at some of the early statistics on how the changes to community college finance have automatically led to an improvement in student outcomes, I would just point you to the take-up of dual credit. So dual credit in our state over the past 3 years has seen a 20% increase. In the county that we sit in today, they're looking at McLennan County sitting at a 16% increase. I think that's great. One of the things that we know that the data is very clear on is that dual credit has a measurable impact. It doesn't matter where you take it. It doesn't matter what, quote, we can get into a rigor conversation around dual credit. Doesn't matter. Put it aside. If you take dual credit, you see an increase in your wages 6 years after high school. The more dual credit that you take, the higher those wages get. If you look at students that take 15 hours of dual credit and 1 hour of English or math as a part of that 15 hours, or 3 hours, sorry, one of the things that we know is that that is one of the best gifts that we can give a child in this state in terms of actually preparing them for college, career, and military readiness, which I think is just the magic of House Bill 8. One of the things that so often happens in public policy is that the right thing for a student is not the easy thing or the funded thing. Texas has turned that on its head when it comes to House Bill 8, when it comes to how we're approaching higher education finance, because the right thing that is a history of data and a history of improving student outcomes and wages is now the funded thing. We just have to keep that commitment and continue to make sure that when the state says, hey, we promise if you do this, this is what you're going to get, that the state fulfills their end of the bargain at the same time.
And just to catch folks up, right, so community colleges exceeded some of the predictions for funding, and so now the state owes them more money than they can afford to pay, and so that's going to be a conversation the next biennium. But I mean, you mentioned dual credit, right? Like that is the idea that a young teenager, right, a high school student can go into a community college and take a course and get a window into what college looks like, right? And even take a workforce training class, take a look at and get a window into what path that looks like. What does that give them in terms of options? And how, talk to me about the growth that you've seen as a result of HB and incentivizing that.
Yeah, well, I think the dual credit that's happening in House Bill 8 is, of course, it's in high school. And one of the things that we do know that is to a benefit of a high schooler in Texas is that they are encountering a college level rigor in, for lack of a better word, the safety of the K-12 and high school environment. Because if you think about it, if you're off on your own and you're 20 years old and you're trying to get to the community college, but you've got to find a sitter for your kid and you've been able to use your Pell to pay for your community college finance or your community college tuition, but then you get a flat tire, what does Pell not pay for? Flat tires. And so what are you going to do? You're going to drop out or you're going to pause, and then you're going to go and you're going to find a job making less than you otherwise would have made if you continued on that pathway at your community college, and then suddenly you're just kind of stuck. But one of the things that we do know is that if we can bring that experience of dual credit down into the high school, when children are in that high school environment, the data is telling us that they're a lot better off longitudinally, and I think that's ultimately a boon. One of the other things that I think is so important, and we're going back to the K-12 system and college, career, and military readiness, there are pathways in our state related to career that very clearly have a demonstrated history of improving student outcomes. If you receive 9 hours of dual credit, you pass the Texas Success Instrument, or the TSI, and you get a level 1, level 2 certificate in Texas, in any high school, automatic $10,000 wage premium, okay? It's in Dallas, it's in Houston, it's in Poteet, Rosanke. If you are in rural Texas, that $10,000 wage premium becomes $17,000. If any of y'all have been in rural Texas, an extra $17,000 suddenly in your pocket in a lot of our smaller cities is the difference between a good life and a great life. And I think that's one of the things that I'm such a Texas optimist. I think that this state is doing amazing things. I don't think that we've gotten nearly the credit that we deserve on the national stage. When I go to these national conferences and everyone secretly comes up to me and says, well, I just wish we could do what Texas did. And they're from states that definitely don't vote like we do. One of the things that I think that we have this opportunity for over the next few years is to really focus on our rural communities, lift up our rural communities, and the primary lever of that is these career pathways, is ensuring rigor in our K-12 accountability system, and then creating this culture in our state, which we're so close to doing, but we all have to have a part in it, where career is considered just as valuable as college. And so I'm so excited. I think we're set up for success. So.
I just want to add that, when I first started, early on in the community college, it was always about, when dual credit started, it was about getting an associate degree. Lately, it seems like now we're very focused on the level 1, which I think is so great, because to me, the level 1 certificate is a perfect segue for the young adults. One, they can still do high school, right? They can do band, sports, whatever. It doesn't take away from their high school experience, but at the same time, they're getting skills that could lead them to a job. Again, not everybody has the same timeline. Not everybody wants to go to college at that moment in time. So with the level 1 certificate, the students are prepared to either go into the workplace or continue on to college and they're halfway there, or even if they transfer, they're much more prepared. So I just think that the students of today have that great opportunity to have an advantage, one that we all didn't have it in our day. It gives them the opportunity to decide at that point if I'm ready to go to school. And if you're not, which I still say everybody has their own pathway, right? I see many students that'll come back years later and they were that student that never paid attention in school, that was always joking around, and they maybe went away for a little while, but they come back once they mature, are ready, see the light through a job or something else. And so I love seeing them circle back. And again, I don't think everyone has to have that straight linear path. And the level 1 is a way to give them that foundation to have multiple options and prepare them for whatever that choice is. And it attaches to all students. While if you're trying to focus on just the associate degree or just the college-bound students, you're missing half the population. So.
How else has HB changed ACC classrooms and the decisions that you're making about programs?
Well, I think it's done a great thing for a lot of departments. Our department always really focused on credentials to completions, because to me, you want to have that, end game. What is it I'm shooting for, right? But it is making college as a whole more thoughtful on making sure that the programs have an outcome. What is the goal? What are we going to convey to the student that you've completed? And so, again, I think that I like the fact that the focus has been on completion versus just enrollment numbers, because that is more beneficial to the student to have a completion, to know that they've completed a step in their track.
To the student and to the workforce, right? And so HB 8, right, is one source of funding for community colleges, and that's the state funding. But there are other ways that colleges can secure extra funding to pay for buildings like this. The last time I was in this building, it was being constructed in the fall, and get equipment for things like advanced manufacturing. And Laura, you secured, it was $13 million in funding through
Yes.
partnerships. Talk to me about how did you do that?
Well, we've got a lot of different sources. One of the bigger sources, again, for our non-credit, and just to put in perspective, we have about 400 academic students, but every year we serve probably anywhere from 2,000 to 2,500 non-credit students. So there's a huge volume in that respect. But so we use skills development fund grants to help support that entity, the non-credit upskilling opportunities. So not only do we do training, but it allows us to get equipment, develop curriculum. So it gives the college equity to build equity in their own environment so that we can serve a broader sector. So we do a lot of skills development fund grants. We have secured a lot of other funding sources through the state, also working through, we work with the University of Texas a lot more now, and we are subrecipients in some of their grants in the semiconductor space. But everything we do has been pretty focused on equipment growth and scholarships, or finding ways to provide an avenue for students to get the tuition paid for. Because again, that's a burden for a lot of people, especially if you're underemployed. Tuition can be a barrier. So we also look for donations or ways to engage with the companies to provide scholarship opportunities for students.
I mean, beyond HB8's funding system, who should have the onus of gathering together, some of the work that you did, Laura, just gathering together the funding and the partnerships in order to expand access to these programs? Is it on the colleges? Is it on the state?
I personally think it's everybody's job to do that. I mean, we should all be focused on trying to help people in whatever method that is. I mean, I don't wait for, I'm always looking. If there's an opportunity, I'm always trying to connect. And so, is it part of my job? Yes, but I don't think of it that way. I think it's everyone's job. and it should be on the state side as well as school sides, as well as every other entity, because we're trying to build a stronger community, and the only way to do that is be collaborative in this day and age.
I agree. I think one of the things that I just often think about is that the level of the lack of preparation that we have in this state, whether it's the fact that 50% of kids can't read or do math on grade level in K-12, or it's the fact that only 20% of people can pass portions of the electrician exam. This is very un-Texan to me. I don't think that I'm an 8th generation Texan. I feel like that's who I am. That's who my family is. And that kind of number is so antithetical to the cultural identity that I think we've built here of being Texans. And I think the only way that we see like the true scale of transformational change that has happened sometimes in other states and other areas is if we all get together and we all own it. And if we all say that this level, this lack of preparation for our kids is not the state that we meant to build. We can fix that. Here are the ways that we can fix it in our individual communities and at the statewide level, and then we all pull in the same direction. Again, going back to what did House Bill 8 do so well? It made the right choice, the easy choice, and the funded choice. And so I think if we can continue that in the 4-year space, if we can continue to think about those principles and how they might apply in the K-12 space, which will be different, but we can learn from them, then I think ultimately we'll continue to just have a much better, much more Texan state than the one that we have now.
You're getting to one of my last questions, which is, imagine we are 10 years from now, right? And we can credibly say Texas has that strong school to work pipeline. What to y'all is different in that future than right now? What options does an 18-year-old have then when they're looking at college? What does the college experience look like then that doesn't look like right now?
So I think that they have way more choices than they've ever had before. What they don't have, I think, is always awareness of that choice, right? I constantly have been telling students that you all have options that we all never had. And so I think I think there's a lot more opportunity. I don't think they always realize that that's something that they have, right? They're so, at least at the youth, I think a lot of times they're just following the path that they've been told. This is where you go to school, this is where you're gonna graduate. But in reality, you know, with our high school academy students, with their senior year, we try to really instill in their mindset that you are in control of your future. And they don't think that way always. So we wanna make sure that they are aware that you have a decision that you can control, not your parents, not your school, but when you finish high school, we want you to be thoughtful about what do you want to do. And so I don't think they realize they have the power to make decisions to improve their lives for themselves, not just because their parents told them to. And so I think that's something that I like to share with students all the time, is to kind of give them that knowledge that they are given choices and they need to execute those choices. And that's something, again, not typical of an 18-year-old that they think that way, but I think that's powerful because then they start to invest in themselves. And at the end of the day, that's what we all do when we go off to school, right? At some point, I didn't do it right away either. It took me about a year or two to realize, everything I do affects me. So I'm trying to give them that information. And again, part of it is that we don't, I came from luck. I luckily ended up in college, but at the end of the day, I look at my kids and it's not luck. They were groomed that way. So what's the difference? It's awareness, mentoring, access, and again, a lot of people just don't know what they don't know. And I think that's part of that whole community of trying to share. Look, you guys have opportunities. Let me tell you about them so that you can be aware and make those decisions.
For me, it's 100% of students that graduate from a high school in Texas getting some level of dual credit, be it 9 or 15 hours, or graduating with an IBC or a level 1, level 2 certificate that meets a high wage, high demand threshold. I think that's the way that we actually go back and restore meaning into our high schools. It says if you did a high school in the state of Texas, you can get a job after. That is not the case today, a job that makes enough to support your family. And then I also think on the higher education side, it's a commitment to funding structures that are two things: focused on students and focused on doing what is the very best for the students in that institution and giving them the very best opportunity. But then also, in the age of AI, I would be super remiss if I didn't say that they're iterative. And what do I mean by that? that the higher education system that we have constructed is willing to change based on the labor market. And I think if we don't have that and we don't have some better data system and better reflection between the Workforce Commission and the coordinating board and then the institutions that are serving our students on where are kids actually getting jobs, because that's changing on every 6 months, if we don't do a lot better at reflecting on that, all of this vision that we've laid out in the higher education space is not going to change nearly fast enough to meet the economic need of the age. So.
And I'm hearing data, and I'm hearing from both of y'all, kids really knowing their options, right? And being able to see what the possibilities are for their future after they graduate high school. I'm curious, as we provide that awareness and give them more options, right? Some of the CTE courses that we offer to as young as 8th grade, for example, how do we think through that tension of offering them those options early on while not making them feel like they're pushed down one pipeline and can switch if their career goals change?
I think there's two things to that. The first is just a systems level issue of creating barriers or difficulty for students that change their mind. Everyone in this country has the right to change their mind. It's the core to our Constitution. So if you're just because you're in one pathway in high school doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to change your mind and go into something different. We can do a lot better with that. But that's just a design issue. What I actually think is the much more important issue is a rigor issue. That in this state that we're not viewing career tracks as academically less rigorous or easier. Because again, to the rant earlier, if we're doing that, then even fewer kids are going to be able to pass the journeyman electrician exam. Even fewer kids are going to be able to solve the Pythagorean theorem equation so that they can pour a concrete foundation. And I just think that so often in college or career, we're so focused on the juxtaposition between the two and some kids being smarter than other kids that we've created this culture that's devalued the trades, that's disincentivized young men in particular from going into the trades, but then it's done them a deep disservice because even when we do get them onto a trade path and we do make promises that they're going to be able to earn enough to support their family, they still can't pass the licensing exams that they need to earn the wages that we promised them because we didn't do a good job of teaching them math in 7th grade. And so I think, yeah, that's my answer.
Laura?
I would say the way I see it is for middle school, it's making things fun for them. So we bring a lot of middle school kids in, we do projects with them, they build stuff, they get to play, and that's part of the exposure. For high school, it's every opportunity to me is just an awareness because, again, they're still figuring it out. So even if they take one of the CT programs in advanced manufacturing, I'm totally fine if they decide they want to do, architecture or they want to go somewhere else. It doesn't matter. To me, that high school experience is more of an awareness of what is out there because they're trying to figure it out. So you're right, keeping that math foundation is important, but also giving them, without threat, and young exposure through activities that are fun and engaging. And then in high school, making sure that it's more about just learning as much as you can about all the different things that are out there. And that way you have a choice to decide which way you go.
I want to turn it over to questions.
Great. Yeah, so we have about 10 minutes or so for questions. Just a reminder, you can ask questions using the QR code on your program or going to texastribune.org/ask. I'll acknowledge this was a question early in the program, so it may have been touched on, but maybe to go into a little more. Nick from Houston asked for Mary Lynn, what is the state doing at a regional, local level to support cohesive pipeline building starting at the K through 12 level? And maybe if there are some examples that you could pull from.
Well, I think one of the biggest barriers to us regionalizing anything is our data systems. So let me give you an example. If you're a pharmacist in Abilene at HEB, in the state data system currently, you are coded as a grocery worker in San Antonio. Okay, what does that tell anyone about who's designing pharmacy pathways from community colleges to high schools in Central West Texas? It tells them nothing. It tells them the opposite of what they need to know because it tells them HEB suddenly has a ton of workers, but I think they might have pharmacists here. It just gets really confusing. So Texas is on a pathway to solve this. Thanks, I know, I'm going to say something that no one ever says really commonly. Thanks to the federal government, we actually have a lot more motivation to fix what's going on in our employment data because of Workforce Pell, because of the opportunities that are there, because of how Texas wants to provide a variety of opportunities.
And
under
what
that
is Workforce Pell?
Workforce Pell, the legislation was passed about a year ago now at the federal level that allows students to use federal financial aid on workforce programming, or the Pell financial aid can now go into workforce, so Workforce Pell. And it has a lot of opportunities, but the federal government put a lot of requirements on it, that you're not just gonna use this for useless credentials that are not gonna better yourself, but to do that, you need longitudinal and regionally aligned data systems that can capture the data, determine if the program is working for young people, and then allow them to start drawing down those Workforce Pell dollars. Texas is actually far ahead of almost any other state in the country on implementing this because of what the legislature has already done in its commitment to regionalizing its workforce data. So thank God. We're still not there yet, but we're way closer than 49 other states.
Sarah from Waco asks, how has recruitment and retention been impacted by HB8? And has remediation programs improved, expanded? How are colleges working with high schools on these issues?
I mean, for us, we definitely, we are very focused on recruitment. We have, again, another dedicated person who spends a lot of time with recruiting students. And we engage with all the schools when they have their onboarding, like signing day or whatever they do. Whatever activity they're doing, we try to make sure we're involved to highlight that connection. With regards to once they graduate, again, we had mentioned about having a dedicated person to try to bring them to the next phase. But recruitment is always the biggest challenge because, again, lack of awareness leads to lack of recruitment. And so it's all connected. And so while in the old days all we did is teach, right? Now we have to do a lot of other things to help connect the dots for the students. With retention, I forgot to mention that piece. We definitely, well, like I said, supportive structures in place to make sure that they complete. We keep track of all our students and where they are in the pathway. Even with the college, we get reports on who's within 15 to 30 hours of graduation, and then we reach out, and we're constantly trying to make sure we get them out the door as well.
I want to come back to a question that Chad from Waco had asked to the previous panel, but your thoughts on the role of online education in meeting the needs of, of Texas employers, but also alongside more traditional K through 12 work. Is there a role for online education for, for high school students?
I think there is a role for online coursework and specialized CTE pathways, particularly for smaller rural districts that maybe they just want to offer some kind of very discrete specialized course in, let's say, Snyder High School, but Snyder doesn't have a faculty person to teach that because there's not a ton of advanced manufacturing in Snyder, maybe one day. But, and so I think that niche holds a lot of promise. But what I continue to just want to make sure happens is that when a student interacts with technology in our K-12 system, I think there's an implicit promise that the state makes that it's going to work and that people are going to be as well off as they would have been under a typical instructional environment with a teacher in the classroom should they use this technology, and that we're keeping them safe while they do it. And I just think that there's a whole lot of work that the state has to do in K-12 to make sure that that promise that I think we've made to parents is actually delivered upon. So yes, but I do have some skepticism.
This may be our last question here before we break for lunch, but Hunter from Waco mentions other countries use formal skills assessments to support connecting students with college programs that they may have an affinity for. Is there any room for things kind of similar to this in our K through 12 to college pipeline?
I mean, I know that the college has assessments. They have career services type where students can take those assessments. But on the K-12, I'm not sure if they do that in the school system. And if they do, I'm not sure what the results have been. But
well, I guess I was just going to add, I mean, that what we also hear in other countries where tracks are kind of decided very early, right, for students of where they're going into. So I imagine there are also drawbacks or challenges to that, like, no, you're destined for this.
I think one of the things that I've learned about career aptitude assessments, but then also a component of that conversation is also just apprenticeships, is that when you try and copy paste the German or another European approach to apprenticeships into a school system in the United States, it's met with actually a lot of challenge. And that's because there's an entire architecture, an entire culture around that pathway that you cannot just drop into a school system in, let's say, Colorado or Indiana. And so I think apprenticeships are valuable. I think that we should do more of them, but I just think that they have to feel natural to us and be an outgrowth of the systems that we already have in place, because what I've tried to talk to other states and tried to figure out, well, you have an apprenticeship program, could it work in Texas? The feedback that I've gotten is just, you need to be very careful. We have to change a lot of stuff, and it hasn't worked necessarily how we promised our families. So,
let's thank our panelists and our moderator. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We still have some folks just taking a seat here after lunch, but we are grateful for our online audience joining us as well. We are here, a reminder, at the Texas State Technical College Construction Technology Center here in Waco. People over the course of lunch were able to take a peek inside some of the labs here in the facility. Even upstairs, where you can look down into the labs from HVAC and plumbing to electrical and solar. I'm sure we'll talk about much of that in just a second. The reason I mention that is because our midday program, which is presented by the Waco Bridge, is focused on the workforce in Waco. And whether you're a Wacoan or from elsewhere in the state, I think being able to look locally at the kind of systems that work together in partnerships regarding workforce can be helpful. So as I said, want to take a look at partnerships, programs, models driving workforce outcomes in Waco and Central Texas, and what other communities can learn from them. We have Jessica Addis, CEO of Prosper Waco, Michael Reeser, Chancellor and CEO of Texas State Technical College System, Rick Tullis, business and workforce leader and unopposed candidate for McClellan County Judge, and our moderator, J.B. Smith, editor-in-chief of the Waco Bridge. A reminder, we'll have about 45 minutes. You've got fans. This is great. We've got 45 minutes for moderated conversation and then 15 minutes of your questions. A reminder, you can ask those questions a number of different ways, texastribune.org/ask, or using the QR code in your program. With that, I turn the program over to JB.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out. I see a lot of faces here that I recognize from Waco. And so I hope that today we can have sort of a kitchen table chat in some ways about Waco's needs and challenges and successes with what I think is really a dream team here of panelists, of people who've been directly involved, not just people who've studied this, but are people who are directly involved in workforce development in Waco and helping us meet those needs in the future. And I want to say that in addition, I think the people who are from other parts of the state watching this will learn something, as I hope I will too, about Waco as a case study for workforce development and things that the challenges that we have, and also some of the solutions that we've found. So I think that to start by talking about Waco. I think, I always tell people Waco is one of the oldest cities in Texas, and in some ways still kind of an emerging city. We have grown. We are about 250,000 people in this market, and we have added 15,000 jobs. Or our workforce has grown by 15,000 jobs in the last in the 2020s. We have added lots of new companies: graphic packaging, Amazon, SpaceX, Electrolit, Ooze and Oots. The list goes on, as well as our local educational and healthcare institutions. So we've also doubled our city tax base in the last decade. I think Mayor Jim, I think that's right. Three times, he says. Okay, I'll have to fact check you on that. So it's a growing city, but also that growth brings its own challenges in trying to meet the needs of the future. So, and I think it's also interesting that, by all indicators, this is a college town. We probably have 40,000 college students here in Waco. And yet our education outcomes are not what you might expect for all the opportunities that are here. And we can talk a little bit about that. But in terms of matching those students for the jobs that in this economy, we probably have room to grow. And I think that, the challenge here is not just the jobs, it's not just the needs of employers, right? It's also people who grow up in Waco having a chance to build equity, to buy a home, to raise a family. Are they going to have the skills to get those kinds of jobs that are going to lead to those outcomes? So I think there's no better people to talk to than the three panelists we have here today. Thank you so much for coming. I thought I would start with Chancellor Reeser, because you oversee a system of 11 campuses for TSTC. You're based here in Waco, of course. And I wonder what you think in terms of when you look at Waco and its the community's collaboration in creating these pathways to workforce, to good jobs. What would you tell people about Waco as its success rate here?
I look forward to answering that question. If I could, I'd like to preface this. The advantage that I'll offer to this conversation is because we serve 10 other communities, a lot of the things we talk about here in this panel are going to be common to some of the other places in Texas for those viewers who are joining from far reaches of the state, but also might be applicable in those situations. So, to your question, I think there's truly a sense of community spirit here in Waco that is uncommon, and it's a bit of secret sauce. I think at the start of that whole thing, when it comes to workforce development, is the fact that the Waco industrial community is not shy about spelling out to their education partners the needs that they have in the workforce. And I don't mean just, I need a welder tomorrow. It is, I'm going to need 50 welders next year. The proactive dialogues that go on between industry and educators are as good as we see anywhere in the state. And I think that's a key factor to Waco's landscape.
That's good to hear. And I also wanted to mention, ask Rick Cholas here, you're the unopposed candidate for county judge. You'll be taking that position in January, God willing. So we will,
Thank you for asking God to be willing.
barring any adverse outcomes. But so if there was, I don't think this was mentioned, that you've been on the Midway School Board a long time. You've had your own company, Capstone Mechanical. So you've been an employer of, lots of different skill levels. And you've also been involved with GWAMA, Greater Waco Manufacturing Academy, which is based in Waco ISD, but serves the entire, serves all students within McLennan County for technical education. That leading up to this, you told me that workforce development is one of your big priorities as county judge. Why is that, and what job do you think you could do in convening those efforts?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for allowing me to be here, God willing. And yeah, there's a lot to that story. Let me take you to a little snapshot. So in 2020, we all know what that world was like. But in 2021, we really saw a huge growth in economic development here. I mean, we record-breaking numbers on companies coming here. And then the next year was twice that. And then the next year was on top of that. And so, a group of us who were looking at the numbers, we realized all of a sudden we needed about 5,000, we had 5,000 jobs coming to our community, which for our community, that's a big number. And we'd never really seen that before. And at that point, the strategic switch flipped. It wasn't, I'd say before that, it was more, hey, we do economic development because we need to find good jobs for our citizens in McLennan County. Well, it turned at that point to go, we need to build a workforce so that we can keep attracting companies to come to McLennan County. It changed the way we thought about it. And that's what led to things like the work site and continued growth and investment and engagement of the business community, because they saw the need to be more engaged with the education community all the way into the career and technology programs in high schools even. So going into this role as county judge, the way we're set up here in McLennan County, the city and the county and the chamber really lead out on economic development as a team. And as county judge, I'll be even more involved with that. And we cannot take the focus off workforce development, because we will not have economic development if we don't have workforce development.
So Jessica, you lead Prosper Waco, which we heard this morning from Roberto Coronado from the Dallas Fed. He had great things to say about the kind of connecting work that Prosper Waco is doing in the fields of the goals of economic mobility, healthcare, and education. Could you help us understand, for people who may be new to this, what Waco, Greater Waco has done in terms of creating these pathways, like all the different links from kindergarten to retirement that we have here in Waco?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, also just want to take a moment to say thank you, and thank you to the Texas Tribune and everyone who's watching. I do have to take a very brief moment of personal privilege to say it's so fun to be with all of you and with so many fellow directors and alumni from the board of the Texas Lyceum. If you don't know about the Texas Lyceum, look it up. Our applications are open until September 5th. There's my plug. Okay, so I think that I think part of what both Chancellor Reeser and Rick have mentioned is just really the collaborative spirit. I think that Waco is unique, and I think part of that is by the fact that we don't have an economic development sales tax, and so the incentives by force force people to come together. And so you have the city and the county aligned, business at the table, and then community partners and education. And so, when I look at I think Waco has really a number of gems, if you will, of where, as someone who's not in an elected office, of where I see local government really putting their money where their mouth is and investing in the workforce. And so we see that at the work site, which is located in the heart of the industrial park, and really focusing on developing the incumbent workforce and developing short-term credentials and pathways. Prosper Waco has played a role in that in providing scholarships, not to the incumbent workforce, but to low to moderate income adult learners and opportunity youth in our community. And so I think that's really an exciting and innovative, that's been a new thing for the state and for TSTC. I think, the city of Waco just recently opened the STEAM Center. See here our mayor, all of our councilwoman Bearfield, if that's in her district, all the city manager's office and leadership. That has curriculum and focused trainings for, they call it K to Gray. And so if you are, if you're in Waco and you haven't been yet, go check it out. If you are a visitor to Waco, go check it out. There are opportunities for certificates, credentials, and just training, like lifelong learning. And so, I think that, we have our Upskill Waco, which has been, as Roberto mentioned this morning, it's iterative. And it's, we really work closely with our partners to figure out what works and what doesn't, and how can we connect people to pathways to good paying jobs. We're really fortunate. We have 5 outstanding institutions of higher education here in Waco. And of course, sitting here with Chancellor Reeser, TSTC. In the upskill work, we really focus on TSTC and MCC. I think that we've got numerous pathways to good paying jobs in our targeted industry sectors, and people who are committing resources and funding to remove financial barriers to make that accessible for residents here. And that's pretty special.
Rick, you were both one of the organizers of GUAMA, one of the original members advisory members of that, and the work site. Maybe we can talk a little bit about GWAMA first, and then also talk about the work site, because all three of you are involved in that. What are we doing? What is that? How does that play a role into getting students at an early age on the right track to a career?
Right. So the Greater Waco Advanced Manufacturing Academy probably started, I'm trying to think, 15, 16 years ago as a discussion between a group here called the Waco Business League, company CEOs, and it started with the superintendent of WISD to have an academy that focused on, at the time, a welding pathway, and a robotics pathway. So students could spend their junior and senior year at the academy getting their math, their science, and these trade skills and certificates in these specific areas, so they'd be ready to go to work right afterwards. And thankfully, the superintendent said yes. And I mean, I know there's a lot of school districts that have developed these kind of programs now. At the time, it was definitely on the front edge. And that led, after we had done that about 10 years and saw success, the question came locally, and about the same time when I was talking about earlier that our strategy was flipping on what workforce meant, was what we can do more locally for post-high school students to get the same kind of experience. And we learned doing GWAMA that being close to your customer was very important in that world. And the customer, although the student is an important part of the process, they are the product. The customer is the person who's going to hire them. And that's when we begin to dream of, well, what if we were able to take a part of TSTC, plant it in the middle of our industrial park where the customers are, so that they're more engaged with the students, and they can use the building, they can use the facilities, they can have their own training, but we can take local people through programs to get them engaged with those companies.
And those classes are based on the specific needs of specific industries.
Yes,
right?
In fact, even specific companies. We just had one company come in and they were hiring 100 people, and they ran them through the work site in very specific training, bringing in even their machines into the work site. It's a very flexible space. Anyway, it worked really well. And so the work site, we're kind of talking around it a little bit. So this was a collaboration between the county, the city, and TSTC. So the county and the city of Waco put up the money, about 16, 17 million homes? 22 million. He raises the number on everything today, just so you know. Yeah, 22 million. Half from the city, half from the county, and with the commitment from TSTC that Mike can talk about more on operating the space. And so, Mike, you want to pick that up?
Sure, I would. I'll say, those of you who are wondering, who may not be Waco people, what exactly is the work site? Let me give you an analogy. If a community college is a full-scale hospital, then TSTC is a particular kind of clinic that focuses on a particular type of healthcare, and the work site is an acute emergency center. It is a place where you go to get urgent training that's needed right now and is custom made to whatever the patient may need in that particular moment. So that's a good way to imagine what these might be. And so the customers, Rick is right, the customers that we cater to are all of those folks, those industrial employers in the industrial zone, and then on top of that, others from across McLennan County who may need that acute training. It's not go get a 2-year associate degree. It is instead meeting the immediate needs. And if you think about it, it makes a whole lot of sense, because the nature of the progress that technology, the impacts that we're seeing on the workplace, we saw an entire conversation about AI and how that's going to impact the workplace. The workplace is evolving rapidly, and therefore the skills of both the incumbent workforce and those who aspire to upskill into a better profession are often met not by a big, long collegiate credential, but very focused, very concise skilling up.
And Mr. Reeser, I wanted to note that what I learned in my conversation with you yesterday is that I believe you said 100% of those students at the worksite are Waco local people.
They are local people, yes.
And so this is a statewide system. This is the flagship campus. You have a lot of people who move here to go to college for a while, then move back to wherever they are, or go get a job in DFW or whatever. But this is particularly for the Waco workforce.
Yeah, Mayor Holmes made sure there was a contract that said that those students were mainly from McLennan County.
Well, and that's the notion of the partnership was, and TSTC practices this in all the communities that we serve. The idea was the city, the county, and TSTC came together and asked, what is it we can do to solve the immediate and the long-term problems of this community? And the community came to the table with a shared vision, with motivated workforce, and with a bucket of money, and said, we'll buy it if you run it. And TSTC said, that's an irresistible opportunity. And so the idea of we have a center that was built here by and for this region is wholly compatible with not just our big mission, but also the obligation we have to serve this area. Should other cities and counties do that across the state, we would do exactly the same thing there too.
Jessica, do you have anything to add?
I would just add that I think that one thing that is really unique and what I'm grateful that leadership in our community recognizes is that that's like one intersection or intervention point in a continuum and in a pipeline. And so there's really a lot of efforts to focusing on improving student outcomes. We heard in an earlier panel about the BISBL math readiness. And so we spent last week, Prosper Waco, our team, at a conference with TEA and the ESC. So we were there with Region 12 looking at how can we accelerate philanthropic investment to support targeted interventions in literacy and math so that those kids had the early literacy, 3rd grade reading, 8th grade math. And then it's, then giving the exposure. There's great work happening. I see Rachel Martinez here and work that she's been doing and leading. And in fact, as part of our selection as the Advanced Together site, we supported pass-through funding to the Greater Waco Community Development Foundation to support paid student internships, but exposing those students to what jobs in different industries would look like. And so it's kind of, I think that's like, we need every piece of the pipeline. And I think that we see that in Waco, those things coming together.
And I've seen the research from Texas 2036 and others that show that a good predictor of being able to get a college education, an associate's degree, is starting in dual credit programs and CTE programs in school. So it starts there. MCC as well as TSTC are part of those dual credit opportunities, and that's grown a lot in the last decade, as I understand. This morning, Roberto Coronado encouraged all communities to ask hard questions and to talk about real problems. And I think we just heard a pretty good the innovative things that Waco's doing to try to build those pathways. But I look at the numbers. I look at we have probably 40,000 college students in Waco. Among MCC, TSTC, and Baylor. And yet our education rate, there is less than 40% of our residents of our workforce have anything beyond a high school education. They don't. We even talk about credentials, not only associate degrees or other higher education. This is according to Prosper Waco data, which, thank you. 77% of all the jobs that use like medium wage jobs, like the kind of jobs that mid-skill, mid-income jobs that you'd need to support a family, to get, maybe buy a house. 77% of those require some kind of something beyond high school. So there is a gap here, right? Can you talk a little bit about that gap?
Yeah, I think that there's a ton of research on the skills gap, right? Which is why we have institutions like TSTC and MCC trying to really laser focus in on how can we get people reskilled and upskilled. I think that, when I think about where we are, even in looking at demographic trends in the state and really across the world, quite frankly, institutions of higher education last academic year faced the beginning of the demographic cliff that they knew that was coming, right? So a drop off and decline in college enrollment of college-aged people. So if you look at our graduating classes, every year, high school graduates is going down and down, is lower and lower. And so we're not going to be able to graduate our way out of these problems, which is why it's incumbent upon all of us and wherever the community is to think about how do we get unconventional and get all sectors of the labor force and get them engaged? How do we get people reskilled and upskilled? How do we connect people to opportunity? Because we can't graduate our way out of this problem. We've got to get the we've got to get the opportunity youth. We have to get justice involved, second chance. We have to get women back in the workforce, veterans. There's just lots of, and it's going to take all of those pieces in order to meet the workforce needs and fill the skills gap so that we have, not only people have access to the jobs, and certainly that's something, for me as a person of faith, I care about. I want people to thrive. And also that businesses have access to the workers so they can continue to create more jobs and grow wages and do all of those, the great things that happen when businesses are thriving.
So what is blocking us? What is blocking Waco from being able to attain those educational levels that are necessary to get the good jobs?
Okay, no,
Anybody?
I'm sitting here debating whether I actually want to answer that question. There was a time when I was a kid, howdy doody was the world I lived in, and it was a whole different time. And if you ask a young person, what do you want to be when you grow up? You would get a number of answers. I want to be a teacher, I want to be a fireman, I want to be a policeman, things like that. And it was a simple time with a simple workplace. The workplace couldn't be more diverse today than it's ever been in our human history. There are zillions of opportunities to have a gainful profession in our economy today. And those answers that were so true years ago fall so short of what reality actually offers kids. So one of the biggest challenges is helping families, and they are the ones who are at the core of the decision-making that goes on post-secondary, is to helping those families know what are the possibilities. What is it I could be? And here's the key. You can't give that job to one entity in the economy. You can't expect K-12 educators to fix that for you. They are not suited by themselves. It's going to take what all workforce prosperity takes, a partnership between community leaders, between foundations and education and industry. It will take an intentional effort by all of us to solve the knowledge gap, because the skills gap occurs because there's a knowledge gap of the possibilities.
I'd love to just add one little thing, but thinking about the statewide audience of, and I think you're so spot on, Chancellor, of it takes everyone and it takes everyone singing from the same hymnal, right? And so seeing things like the In Waco job fairs, we did a teacher pipeline focused one. We'll have our second one this fall focused on aspiring teachers. But I think that, well, shoot, now I forgot. Rick, okay. Okay, I'll get right back there.
Well, it's a,
Okay, I got it. Okay, sorry.
Take your time. Take your time.
When you mentioned parents, and I just want to say that that's one thing that we have seen and we hear from our partners in education, both in the K-12 and in the higher ed, is just the importance of parental support and for parents knowing the options. And so when you have a community like Waco that has such low educational attainment for adults, well, then how do the adults even envision a different future for their children if they didn't have it? We did a small little pilot where we did some targeted digital marketing focusing on the grandparents, on like abuelitas and and we saw a tremendous uptick in applications for upskill scholarships because they were going back and telling their family members, hey, did you know about the access to this? You could go to do this training. It's in only 6 or 8 weeks. And so I think that's an important consideration for all of us who are trying to do this work, is also bringing the parents along in those our caregivers in those conversations.
It really starts in the K through 12 for sure. Rick, you're going to have a bully pulpit to talk about these issues here pretty soon.
I'll wait.
Go ahead. I mean, what do you think is what do you think?
Well, it's a multi-factor problem. There's lots of issues. I'll speak from my side, from the business side of the world, which was my perspective through most of this journey. And there are a lot of challenges between the business world and the education world. They live on different timelines. I mean, in business, you're trying to, if something's not working within a week, you're making changes, whether it's personnel-wise or process-wise or whatever. You want to get a new thing going in education, your shortest unit of time is the semester, really the school year. And so, and then the business guy's all ready to jump in there and get to work on something, and they go, we're off on summer break, so we're not going to be able to work on that for a while. It gets very clunky, and people lose patience both ways, and so some things do not get done. From the business side, we've got to overcome that. We really haven't asked what's the why behind this and how did we get here. For me, as a business owner, as we started Capstone in 2005, it grew way faster than we expected, and I realized quickly that the people side of the business was going to be the biggest challenge. It wasn't going to be getting the work. And in the other side of that too was we had a heart to really have an impact in people's lives. We wanted to be a great place to work and see lives changed. And I realized pretty quickly, giving someone a good job at a good company that really cares about their outcomes is probably one of the most life-changing things I could do as a business person. And then seeing how that all of a sudden changed my perspective. Okay, it's worth it for me to go sit in these meetings where I know things might take a while to get done. We'll see the outcomes, we'll see the benefits, but it might take a while. But you got to be willing to make that investment. And so I had a great moment about, I don't know, somewhere in the mid 2010s after putting some of these things in place. A local kid, first generation kid, going to a local high school, goes to Guama, has a great experience there, decides he wants to go into engineering, not straight into the workforce, goes to TSTC, where we'd help set up a engineering program, so he get their first 2 years of engineering, finished up his engineering at Texas Tech, and then came to work at Capstone for me. And I'm like, that is amazing. Those are, he'll never know what went into putting those systems in place, but he benefited from it. And I got a nice feeling that worked out well. And it worked out well in a lot of ways for the company, for him, and for the community. So,
Jessica, you said we're not going to graduate our way out of this program, and I think you mentioned the demographic cliff too, to explain that. I mean, Texas 2036 numbers, I think these are from the Texas State Demographer, say that Education Service Region 12, which is basically Waco and Central Texas, we saw about a 1.8% decline in enrollment in public schools last year. They also say that they project that by 2060, while Texas's population grows by 46%, the under 18 population will grow 5%. That's in 35 years, 5%. So when you talk about a demographic cliff, like that seems like a pretty dire situation. So how are we figuring that into the future of the Waco workforce?
I'll tell you, at TSTC, the last time I looked at the data, the average age of our student is somewhere in the high 20s. So for every 18-year-old fresh high school grad, we've got somebody in their mid-30s who is changing their career arc. And so I would say, yes, the cliff is going to be an issue to the future. But the imperative that it makes on higher ed is we will have to stop thinking about a fresh high school grad as the only source of client that we can help strengthen. We will have to broaden it. Now you hear a lot of educators talk about stackability, and that one always causes me pause when we talk about that. But usually what they're talking about is we'll continue to do education into adulthood. And that I agree with. That is a change that we're gonna have to make a shift on, is our students will come at all points in their career.
We're going to get to questions here in just a second, but if Jessica and Rick, if you want to have any other thoughts about, looking out over the next decade or two, what we could be doing as a community beyond what's already been done.
Well, I think I would just want to call out that there's great work happening in Texas community colleges here locally at MCC and also with TSTC of those stackable pathways. I think when we're, really it boils down to focusing on adult learners. And the reality is it's going to be difficult for adults to stop working to go and get a 4-year degree. And so how can you give them access to, they could do a 2-month certificate, 3, and building out those pathways that can stack to an associate's. I've heard Dr. McCowan, who's here today, talk about this in the healthcare space. We support a lot of scholarships for CMA, CNA, and allied health. But that's a starting point. That gets them hireable to our hospitals, who, by the way, are 2 of the largest employers and have job vacancies. So we're helping meet their needs of helping them have the workforce. But once they get hired on, the hospitals in turn are investing in their continuing education, and then they can go all the way to associates, to bachelor's in nursing, and beyond. And so I think it's important that we don't think about those credentials or certificates as terminal, but as that's the starting point to get them started on a career trajectory.
And those arrows can point in different directions. You could go back to TSTC after you have a 4-year degree or get a credential, and there's lots of different ways to do that. Rick?
Every day in business, we thought about how can we create more value with less. Automation's not going to be a dirty word here. It's going to be a key component to our success. If we take our human capital, get them more highly trained and more skilled, and match that with automation and AI tools, we're going to be able to grow the GDP here. Now, and we're going to become a center of excellence, I think, in the region for that. We've got between Baylor, TSTC, MCC. I mean, we've got some great tools here to really thrive with that.
A lot to think about here, and I feel like I could have just walked off the stage and the 3 of you talk, and it would have been great. But I think we do have some questions here. Matt, you want to ask a few of those?
No, that's great. And JB, feel free to follow up with some of these conversations, because we do have a few minutes. So let me get to our Q&A. Just a reminder that you can ask your questions at texastribune.org/ask or the QR code in your program. I guess one of the questions, we've kind of heard this hinted at during the day, but I think it was just referenced, we think of education in one way or another as reaching a point, then we're equipped for the rest of our career. But the idea of a cultural change to, perhaps regardless of the work you're doing, of more formal continued education of sorts. And I'm wondering if any or all of you could comment on that, and whether you see that something not only for here in Waco, but for communities all over the country.
Well, my argument before was the notion that the nature of work is becoming more and more complex. I'll stand on that argument again and say I think it's going to continue to do that. And we'll see mashups of all kinds of technologies that create completely new fields that we've never seen before. Rick talked about automation, and I totally agree. Take AI and made it together with robots, and particularly humanoid robots, and we're gonna, it won't be long, 5 years, and we're gonna be living in a world where we have humanoid robots walking around in the workplace with us. The time is here. That's an example, but what that means though is the companies who are employing these robots are gonna need people to know how to fix them, know how to calibrate them, know how to program them. And so this lifelong interaction in which higher ed has to be accessible where the workforce is, training is needed, is going to be essential. Because I'll offer this to my colleagues in higher ed, if you don't do it, the companies will do it for themselves. And then I will ask you 50 years from now, what are you for? So I would suggest if teaching people to be more is at the essence of what we do, then this pathway where we stand alongside the workforce and we help them get stronger perpetually has got to be a new mindset. It is not Jeffersonian America where we read all 3,000 books that are in the library and we're done. That's gone forever.
I would, just thinking about like what does it take for the workforce to thrive, and I think back to Waco and when we were known as the Athens on the Brazos, right? And we know that that for people to thrive, it requires the skills and the training and the kind of the formal education that we've talked about. But something that Roberto mentioned earlier from research from the Fed was the durability of soft skills. Right, and the importance of some of those things that are less tangible, but how those equip students and adult learners, all of us, for success in the workplace. And so, a number of years ago, to lift up another example as like what's working or ideas. A number of years ago, Prosper Waco, together with TSDC, MCEC, and Heart of Texas Goodwill, and the Chamber, worked on a work readiness certificate. And I should shout out Cord that developed that curriculum at no cost as an in-kind contribution, working with partners, sitting together around the table of like, what do employers need? And that meant something. It meant something to the local employers if people had gone through that curriculum. And so I think those are the kind of ways we need to be thinking about preparing people in unconventional ways to have success both in the formal classroom, but also just in the how do you play nice and get along with people, your boss, your colleagues, all of those things in the office.
Well, and you touch on something really important, the alignment piece, and I think we as a community can really help that, whether it's through internship programs, mentorship programs, helping those kids understand work before they get to that point. And then after that, having companies come here that want to invest in their employees. I'm an engineer by training. I learned most of what I needed to know after I got the job, right? And that's going to be that way for most of everyone in the room as well. Well, we need to have employers that care about that are also still aligned with our educational institutions and can reach back and forth to continue to get those employees trained in the new things that are coming.
Rick, as a former employer, do you think that employers know how to go about getting those students or getting those college students or
the successful ones do, yes.
Yeah.
But
is it too hard?
We've got to evangelize more. I mean, I think we've lived in an environment where again, think of the old paradigm. There were plenty of people out there to go hire. Our unemployment rates were high enough where you could kind of pick whoever you wanted whenever you wanted. It's not that way anymore.
That's flipped.
There's an interesting question regarding internships that I think flips this a bit. What role can internships, excuse me, play in helping educators learn what students need to know and be responsive to those shifts so that we prepare for the best workforce? What is preventing employers from greatly expanding internships for college students from 2-year, 4-year, and even graduate programs?
Yeah, people in business are really busy, I've noticed, right? They're worried about the quarterly report, the next thing coming up, the project deadline. And again, getting them to step back and go, hey, here's the bigger picture. You got to find someone who sees it, who believes it, and once you do, they can be a great partner in this, and they help find the next one or help enlighten the next one. We got some great programs here. I'm gonna brag on our chamber a little bit. I see Rachel and some of the programming that we do here. One, we got this great mentorship program with hundreds of mentors, mainly out of the business community, that take a couple of high school kids on for their junior and senior year. And part of that mentorship is they visit businesses all around town and take tours and get exposed to all the workforce opportunities in our community. What an incredible tool to connect them with what's going on. And, all of us want to go into MNMRs and see what's happening. You very rarely get the chance, but through these programs, these kids do.
So Janie, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, asks this question. What would Texas's workforce look like 20 years from now if instead of primarily paying large corporations to come here, we invested equally aggressively in helping thousands of Texas-owned small businesses become the next large companies?
As county judge, or future county judge, God willing, let me answer that. That is incredibly important, and it's a both and. You got to do a both and. You can't. It's not one or the other. One's not exclusive. I will say, in local business, we got to encourage more local businesses to reach out for those incentives. We don't get as many here relative to the number of outside inquiries of companies trying to come here, but those same funds are there specifically to help businesses expand here. And when we do it, when the county and the city invest those dollars, there's a return on investment expectation, a calculation that the citizens, the taxpayers, are going to get back a 20% return on that, a dollar invested. So it's not a gift, it's an investment.
And I'm going to ask one last question here, and JB, if you have one to finish up, I certainly leave that to you. But Taylor from Austin, I'm going to take Taylor at their word for this number. 57% of businesses in McClellan County are owned by someone over the age of 55. How is business retention being considered as a part of the workforce pipeline?
Look at the chamber guy over there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yes, there's a very active business retention program that happens here with well over 100 visits a year to businesses with a group of people from the chamber and city and county leadership that asks that very question. What do you need? What can we do to help you expand? And I will say most of the time, what rises to the top is workforce. Where we're like, great, we need to get you plugged into our internship program, our teacher externship program, our mentorship program. So that's one of the ways we use to really connect them, and it is incredibly important.
No, I think that you mentioned it's awareness of the resources that are there. I mean, we have a really strong small business development center that has a wealth of federally funded resources housed there at MCC. And so connecting, small businesses and entrepreneurs to things like that, assets like Startup Waco that are supporting entrepreneurial growth. And I would just say too, yeah, it is both and. I mean, I'm, looking at, some of the big companies, BlackRock, will be here later, is making a really significant investment in the skilled trades and jobs. I mean, so it's like we want all of the above, and we need all of the above to really see our economy grow and thrive and for everyone to enjoy that prosperity.
And it's also a great opportunity to connect them with the corporate training programs that TSTC does.
So if there's any theme here, it's that the key is to connect all of these institutions so that we're talking to each other and we're not trying to duplicate what somebody else is doing. So that seems to be the strategy here. Great. Yeah. Well, thanks so much to all of you for putting your thoughts and insights into this topic for this panel. And I want to also thank all of you for being here and encourage you to sign up for the Waco Bridge newsletter. We are a nonprofit news organization that's powered by the Texas Tribune, supported by local funders, including individual members. And so we've been in Waco since 2025, and we are trying to provide the news that's important to you. It's important to making these public decisions and understanding the decisions that are being made. So please sign up, and if you already signed up, consider supporting us.
Great. So this is what we're going to do, folks. We're going to take a 10-minute break. In 10 minutes, we're going to come back for our interactive session. If you haven't already, scan that QR code. You can participate from your phone, but rather than just having folks just talk to you, as informative as those conversations have been, we want you and folks joining online to get a good understanding of where our confidence is in regarding these different aspects of workforce development as we go into our last panel that's really thinking about what's needed for the future. So with that, we thank our panelists and JB, our moderator.
Thank you.
All right, so as I said, our last panel, we really do want to look at what comes next. And so we've titled the panel Policy and Investment and What Comes Next. What are the policy changes? What are the funding tools and leadership required to make Texas's workforce vision a reality? And what does success look like in 5 years? I'm going to introduce our panel and have them make their way over before we head up on stage. We have Priscilla Camacho, Chief Legislative, Industry, and External Relations Officer at Alamo Colleges District. I think do we have State Representative Curry with us? Oh, all right. All right, he's making his way over. We have John Hyrachuk, Senior VP of Policy and Advocacy at Texas 2036. And we have new to the panel is Lauren Willis, Head of State and Local Communications for BlackRock, and most importantly for this conversation, has a leading role regarding BlackRock Future Builders, that $30 million philanthropic investment in Texas to help train more than 12,000 Texans for electrical careers. We're going to take 45 minutes for the panel conversation, 15 minutes of your questions to wrap up the day. And so with that, and giving Matthew just enough time to sit down, we will get started.
All right, thank you, Matt. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around for our last panel of the day. Thank you to these panelists for this conversation. We're going to talk a little bit about some current events, some policy, look ahead to the legislative session, talk about how the private sector can get involved in this topic as well, and do a little bit big picture conversation too about where we want to be heading as a state on the workforce issue. I'm going to start with current events though, and I'm going to start with a topic that has come up quite a bit throughout the day, and I'm sure will be a big topic all the way up to the legislative session, which is HB 8 and the funding on it in particular. Of course, everyone here knows and has heard talked about before how transformative, how big of a deal the passage of HB 8 was. But John, I'm actually going to rely on you really quickly to just give folks a brief overview before we talk about the current situation with the funding right now of sort of how we got here and what this bill actually does or what it was designed to do when it was written.
The short version of the world that predated House Bill 8 in 2023
Community colleges were facing declining enrollment. They were facing major budget challenges. This was in the wake of the pandemic. There was a undercurrent among Texas voters of a disconnect in the value of higher education. At the same time, the data said that higher ed has never been more important. And in 2021, the legislature passed a commission. They met in 2022 and decided that the solution was workforce alignment. And how do we have a system that makes our 50 community colleges across the state more responsive to the needs of the business community and more positioned to prioritize economic mobility for students? And in 2023, the legislature came together and passed comprehensive reforms that made nearly every penny of state funding for community colleges oriented around the key metrics that drive economic mobility. That's the focus on dual credit, which you heard a lot about earlier. That is completion of a career-aligned credential of value, and that's successful transfer to a four-year university, and that's the world we exist in today.
And so, the idea here being if you tie the funding to incentives, it will incentivize the colleges to, do the things that we as a state are wanting them to do and prepare the workforce of the future. The good news is that it seems the colleges have done that. Tell me a little bit about, how a community college has, or, yours, others reacted to this and what we saw in response to this bill being passed and being implemented.
No, great. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and a quick shout out to all my friends and Alamo College's family back in San Antonio. So I'm really proud of the community colleges across the state. We had a charge, we took it seriously, and the teams got to work back at our home campuses with our students, with our faculty, and with our staff. And you saw that, and it's made a lot of headlines in the last few months. You have seen that result in a little bit of a challenge in terms of funding. And so we saw that last biennium, and you heard that in a previous panel that we had overperformed because it is built as a dynamic system. So if you do better than what you're expected to do in performance, that you would get a settle up at some point that following year. We did much better. So we went to the legislature, and thank you to Representative Curry and others who supported a $90 million supplemental to make us whole. That supplemental request is looking more like $450 million for this next biennium. Big number, yeah. And the reason is because we have been doing so well. You have seen just an incredible spike in enrollment in community colleges. And it's not, and particularly, and you heard this earlier too, dual credit. I mean, at Alamo Colleges, we are expected to have in our system close to 100,000 students in the fall of 2026. 25,000 of those students are dual credit students. And they're not in just P-TECHs and early college high schools, they are taking dual credit coursework at their home campuses. And so going back to what did we do? We really took seriously how are we aligning our credentials to the demand of employers. Really sitting down with employers on what does that pathway look like? Stackable credentials. You saw an incredible increase in occupational skills awards and those level ones because employers were saying that those had a great value for people who were both in dual credit world, but then also adult learners who were coming back to get reskilled or upskilled. And again, putting some really good focus on dual credit. But the other thing that we just recently launched was our new Alamo Technical Institute. And so really trying to bring together this entire ecosystem within our organization focused on short-term credentialing, upskilling, and really working with those employer partners on those rapid skills that are needed for industry today. And so we're really proud about that announcement. And the good thing is that 90% of the students are in those programs as part of our Technical Institute are scholarship in some way, and due in large part to adult ed funding from the feds, to WIOA funding, and then also a local sales tax initiative called Ready to Work in San Antonio, which has been hugely beneficial for our community.
Representative Curry, how should we be reacting to this news, right? I mean, the good news is that the community colleges have really delivered on the things that were being asked of. The bad news is they delivered to the extent that there wasn't enough money to pay it out in the incentives as it was drawn up. I mean, should we be excited that it has brought about this much change? Should we be concerned because, we don't like to rack up spending too much? I mean, what is the reaction in the legislature to this news?
Okay, well, first and foremost, thank you so much for having me. Thank you for being here. I'm honored to be a part of this discussion. I would say that don't be too excited about anything at the moment. The truth, and you don't need to thank legislators for trying to fix, and they only fix just a portion in HB 500 of the reality of what the community colleges are facing. This is most bills in the Texas legislature and most legislatures have unintended consequences. And honestly, this was a whole host of unintended consequences. And it became a very input-based formula. And the larger schools, it didn't take into account the size of the school. And so I can just tell you right now, I know for a fact that MCC has quite a shortfall here. And what a great school this is, and how great is it for our community. And yet, we're suffering the consequences of a bill such as HB 8. So it needs to be fixed. And truthfully, I don't know if this is the wrong time to get into this, but you asked a lot of questions, and I am an Aggie, so but I will say, so trying to remember them is hard, but I'm going to do my best. but I will certainly say that this is a subject that the legislature will take up this session, and hopefully, I am in contact with the coordinating board. I've got some really good friends on there that I'm trying to work out, okay, what do we need to do together to fix this, and how do we fix it without creating too many consequences? The good news is that a lot of you probably in the audience, and I know a lot of you, I don't know all of you, but I will say that there's been a lot of work done on this too. And the outcomes have been good, but this should be outcome based, right? You got to start with outcome. You got to also deal with student affordability, and I'm cheating a little bit here because I have read up on this a little more when you invited me to this, and then of course the size of the school matters, but we can't choke off the MCCs of the world, and that's what's happening to us right now, and so. Don't thank us for anything yet. Thank us, 10 years from now when it's worked and that we fixed it.
If I can jump in real quick, because the representative makes a valid point here, the focus of just so that everyone's clear, this formula focuses on outcomes. It has a small amount, about 5%, that is based here for those institutions who cannot gain enough in property tax revenue. And remember that community colleges only tax a small sliver of the state. The majority of Texas does not pay a property tax to community colleges. And then the rest is performance-based. Alamo Colleges is rather large compared to McLennan, but we exclusively get performance-based funding. So we don't get anything for base tier. There's none of that. It is all based on how we do. And for us too, it was a challenge because instead of getting what we were calculating to get, which should have been closer to 100 million, we actually are only getting 88 million for this fiscal year. That's a 12% reduction from the calculation. That may sound like not that big of a deal for our institution, but when I have 100,000 students expected for fall, and I have a situation where now enrollment is outpacing revenue growth by 3.5%, or 3.5 times that growth, that's a problem because that means I cannot afford to have enough sections to be able to address all of the needs of those students. So small and large, we're all getting a hit here because we didn't appropriately calculate how many credentials we would get. So I feel for like all of us in this system are really hurting because we just didn't do, we need to do better at calculating what that math is gonna look like for the biennium. And that's our charge. That's our charge with our state agency. We need to do better.
Well, let's talk about the state for a minute. I mean, to add to what you're saying, and we could go back and forth on this probably for hours, but we're a state that promotes workforce development. We're a state that promotes business. We have this thing that everybody else says is the Texas miracle. It's not a miracle. It never was a miracle. It's 30 years of really hard work on your part, on our part, on entrepreneurs' part, with legislatures and governors, and everybody's built what we have, and it's gonna be a miracle if we save it. I mean, honestly, we've got to keep going what we're doing. But if you look at all the rhetoric and all the political rhetoric surrounding workforce development and outcomes and community colleges and so on and so forth. In 1980, the state of Texas funded 68% of community colleges' budgets. Today, that's 26%. It was 44%. There's Johnette. Hi, doctor. Today, in the year 2000, it was 44%. So, I mean, if you just see that straight line drop of the state funding, so why are we not putting our money where our mouth is? And the tax portion had to go up, and the student fee portion had to go up, and it's hurting us. It's hurting us badly. So with 750,000 people, students in these schools, we're not paying enough attention to it. So I don't have all the answers, and I'm one of 150, but I will tell you that I certainly will carry our voice and into the legislature, and we will do everything we can to try to fix this.
Well, let me ask. You say you're one of 150. I think you've clearly made your feelings clear on this. It's perhaps going to be a challenging financial session, right? We're not necessarily talking about these massive, unprecedented budget surpluses that the legislature has been able to draw from the last few years. Institutes of higher education, state agencies have already been asked by the Legislative Budget Board to reduce their budgets by 3%. I mean, we're talking about what would require, it's already come up in previous sessions, a sort of supplemental budget that kind of goes back and helps fill in some of the holes from the budget that was passed last session. And then, of course, you're going to have to continue to fund the colleges going forward. Do you see the will in the legislature? How hard do you think it is going to be for people like you, for people like the community colleges, to convince lawmakers that this is worth spending that money when maybe there's less money to go around?
All right, well, first and foremost, I mean, we haven't seen the numbers yet. We need to get to our cuts via efficiency. We need to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, and we need to be more efficient with how we run the state, truth be told. So one way or another, that's not just people, that's cost, that's expense. Now we have to deal with inflation and all those things. $80 oil and, hovering around $80 oil in the situation that we're in, I think our oil revenue is going to be fine. I also think that our, if you look at sales tax revenue and what's happened with sales tax revenue, it's actually been pretty good. And inflation, unfortunately, has helped that because it's a percentage of the price that you're paying for goods and services. So do I think that there's not money to be had? No, I don't. Now, I'm not the comptroller, and I'm the current incoming comptroller, I assume, is going to be pretty conscientious of that, as is the legislature. But it also comes down to doing the right thing and keeping Texas, and being able to promote the key components of our workforce, which is workforce development, which is getting these kids, whether they should go to college or be ready for a job. You're sitting in probably one of the most fabulous training facilities there is. I mean, this TSTC is a huge component. This community colleges are a huge component of it. And honestly, we've got to put our money where our mouth is and make sure, on top of that we deal with affordability. And so it's going to be a very challenging session for all of us, but I can tell you that from my vantage point, we've got to prioritize the things that matter the most, and Texas business and its workforce matter more than anything.
If I could build on that, the representative's right. We are doing pretty good from a revenue perspective as a state right now. It might not be the $20 billion surplus conversation, but we're ahead. The sales tax are looking good. And also there were steps taken last session by the legislature to really ensure that the community college system had a clear ROI. So we talked about the initial 2023 efforts, the definition of a credential of value. Last session, the legislature came in and modified the definitions in a wonky way, but it guaranteed a few things. First, that when a credential draws down that completion bonus, that it is the student that is earning that is going to be earning a self-sufficient wage. They are going to have enough money in their pockets to support their family without the need of government assistance. If we're making the promise to a student that this is a credential of value, it should not leave them in poverty. Representative Curry and his colleagues made that possible last session by adding a little bit more rigor into the HB8 system. They also narrowed the ROI frame so that the payback that a student gets after their investment shows up more quickly in their pockets. And so we're seeing that because of changes like that, you're going to have a much quicker turnaround in terms of the economic mobility of students who graduate from Texas community colleges. And what that means is more spending, more sales tax, more family sustaining wages out there. It produces economic growth through economic mobility, and that's a great strategy for a workforce and state growth. It also means that when legislators are faced with the rising costs of a program, the ROI is clear. It is a lot easier to invest in a program that is working, and House Bill 8 in our community college finance system writ large is working. That does not mean there aren't changes that need to be made. That doesn't mean everything is perfect, but this is a success story for Texas and one that we should be bragging about.
I want to ask before we move on from this topic, I mean, you mentioned 12% reduction. We are in McLennan County. MCC has come up, I believe, one of the hardest hit colleges, community colleges in the state, or somewhere in around the 20% range as well. It's a long time until January. It's an even longer time until, supplemental budgets are approved toward the end of the session. What happens between then and now for a place like Alamo?
So in our instance, we have been looking really hard at efficiencies. We have had to look at positions that we were thinking about posting, not posting those after all, repurposing certain positions to handle other roles, and then reviewing a lot of the contracts we have, external contracts. And so that is definitely what we have been doing internally, and you heard that a little bit in testimony at a previous Senate higher ed hearing from my colleagues from San Jacinto College. So every college I've talked to has had to do some level of that. And that's not great when we're growing. I mean, every single college is growing. And that's a good thing, because that means that people are trying to get into those credentials of value that lead to economic mobility. And so for us, that's just a little bit of what we've been doing to try to tackle the problem. But we really see this as an opportunity. We've done the work. We want to continue to do the good work. And so our pitch to the legislature is say, we're aligned and we're ready. How can we continue to help you stay on that track, that positive track of instituting and making sure that students are getting those credentials that lead to, and we talked about self-sustaining wage. Alamo College has adopted a policy years ago focusing on family sustaining wage. So we are focused on making sure that our students graduate into economic prosperity, not into poverty.
Okay, Lauren, you have been patiently listening to this conversation. One of the things about HB8 is it was the product of a community, a lot of different areas, people coming together to, propose a solution for this. I know that, the private sector plays a big role in sort of identifying those needs. This is something that BlackRock has taken on, partnering with Carhartt, Ford, Google for the Alliance for America's Skilled Trades. Tell us a little bit about that recently announced.
Sure. At BlackRock, we really believe that a company has a role to play in this process and can really be pivotal in addressing workforce needs. In fact, we think that companies can help build workforce systems. Some of the ways that we've done that at BlackRock is by partnering with training providers like TSTC, and then also investing in pathways that prepare workers for in-demand careers and jobs, and then lastly by signaling future workforce needs that we may have. So we can all come together with government and all the nonprofits and the people in this room to address those challenges. And like you said, we believe companies have such a big role that we have joined forces with the companies you mentioned to launch the Alliance. And the goal of the Alliance is really to use our shared power and influence to raise awareness of the gap and provide scalable, proven workforce solutions, and lastly, build a true talent pipeline. And the response has been completely overwhelming since we launched just a couple weeks ago, mid-July, and we have had an overwhelming response from companies, both large and small, nonprofit, private sector, who all want to participate, which just proves the demand is real. And in order for our economy and all of our businesses to continue to thrive, like, we have to address it.
What is the, I mean, when you say coming together, I mean, is this advocating for states like Texas to invest in this, to be taking on some of these ideas? What are you asking states to do?
So we are taking it on ourselves, like from the private sector, in conjunction with what, you know, communities and local governments and state governments are already doing. But we're going to do, I think, one of the first, and it's still very new, but one of the first things we want to do is put together a nationwide report that really spotlights where the gaps exist across the country and in which fields. So, for example, Matt mentioned earlier, BlackRock launched BlackRock Future Builders, which is a $100 million initiative to address the skilled trade gap nationwide. But we launched the program here in Texas, actually right there in that room with TSTC, with Governor Abbott and our founder, Larry Fink. And it's a $30 million investment specific to electricians, because we know that in Texas, that's where the demand is the most. But in partnering with all these other companies, and I think we're gonna have some third-party resources help us map that out across the country so we can help direct the investments from our companies, and it's not just scattershot, right? Like, it's a strategic investment, and then using the power of all, hopefully we'll be announcing more companies that are joining soon, and then we can tackle this issue together.
Representative Curry, speaking of investments, a pretty significant investment by the state in this entity that is hosting us today, a $850 million endowment approved by voters a little bit less than a year ago. What's the impact of that going to be?
You know, the coolest thing about that, you talking about learning a lot. So that was HJR 5 last session, and I was blessed enough to be joint author on it with the author. And I will tell you, I mean, we all worked extremely hard to pass that, and it was a difficult session to pass something like that. But it was $850 million goes into a fund, and it generates about $40 million a year for TSTC to be able to use for their bond rating, and basically be able to allow them to grow. So it gives them a base of $40 million a year spin-off from that fund to be able to use to help them. So actually the money still sits in the state of Texas. It's just a great way to segregate off the money. And it was voted on by the voters. It was Proposition 1, which we were very lucky. That was lucky too, by the way, that we got number 1, but we did. And all 13 propositions passed. So consequently, but I learned a lot on that bill, because you've got to have 100 votes. You have to have 2/3 in the House, 2/3 in the Senate. It takes a lot to do that, and especially, you know, I mean, there were several Republicans that said no, we're not gonna do it, and but running around the House floor trying to get people to help us sign it, and getting people signed on to that bill one right after another, and convincing them of how impactful TSTC and schools like it are in the state of Texas, and the reason that we have what we have. So I will tell you that, and honestly, I think it's things like that BlackRock, as an example, looks to us for. I mean, I was sitting right in here for that presentation, and BlackRock's putting their money where their mouth is and saying, you know what, we're going to help train, we're going to put up money, we're going to put up resources, and oh, by the way, they need it. I mean, as do all of us, with all the construction, with all of the technical jobs and non-technical jobs, and all these companies, because they invest the largest amount of money, I think, in the world in one deal, right?
Yeah, and to add on to that, I mean, it definitely is about our projects and that as well. But for us, like, our mission is to help people retire with dignity. Over half of the assets we manage are tied to retirement, helping support tens of millions of people, like teachers and police officers and firefighters and nurses, invest for life after work. And we saw a real opportunity with this skilled trades gap to connect workers to these great jobs that are like life-sustaining careers and can be life-changing for them. So it was, you know, twofold for us.
And you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it without schools like MCC and TSTC. I mean, you just can't. They can't put together the infrastructure that we have, and so. You know, it's really truly a public-private partnership in the end, I think.
One real-world example of that is our partnership here with TSTC. partnered with them to develop a curriculum that I'm super excited about. It's really unique. I like to call it innovation in action. I was just telling the chancellor this, but it's called the Journeyman's Electrician Education Program. We call it JEEP, and the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation just approved this program, and now if you take this class or this program at TSTC, when you come out, you'll have 4,000 hours that will go towards your apprenticeship training. Where previously, if you had gotten an associate's degree in any sort of electrical field, you get an associate's degree, which is great, but it doesn't do anything towards your apprenticeship. So you still have 4 years to go. Hopefully you're in an apprenticeship and you're getting paid, but this cuts that in half and helps as, it creates just yet another route to get into one of the most in-demand careers in the state.
Let's talk about that for a quick second, just because this is something that really weighs heavy on my mind. I had a mechanical contracting company for many years, and I can tell you that one of our restrictions was the fact that you couldn't even get somebody started into an apprenticeship program until they were 18. Okay, so we have all these CTE classes and all these opportunities for early credit, but our insurance requirements and a lot of the laws that exist today don't necessarily support where the things that we're talking about which are exactly what we need to do. I mean, I'd like a freshman to come out and if nothing, just carry tools back and forth for one of my plumbers or air conditioning techs. And it's almost impossible to do that right now. So I think for those of you that are lobbyists or in government or dealing with government, you really need to push that idea with everybody across the state, because I think we need to come up with a solution for that as well. Don't forget the other outlying things that occur. It's not just about money and it's not just about want. It's about fixing all the little things that industry needs to be able to do to be able to move forward and have the protection to do it.
Right, yeah. Governor Abbott actually issued a directive to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation earlier this summer, saying, essentially asking them to review those age requirements as well. So, I mean, it does seem, John, like in a world where almost everything is partisan, this is an area where there is a lot of space for folks to come together. I mean, you talk about the endowment, which required 100 votes. It required the approval of the voters. Business community, HB 8 passing unanimously, I believe. I mean, do you feel that sort of commitment from the state, from the legislature, from officials to be kind of working in the same direction on this?
Yeah, this is an area where, generally speaking, it's not red or blue. It's the workforce. It is Texas. It is whether it's a miracle or something that is the product of decades of hard work together. That is everyone across the political spectrum doing that work together. You see it in terms of the votes, not just on Prop 1, but the votes on the House floor. I think if you were to look at the big signature education bills last session, they typically had maybe 1 or 2 votes against them. So we're talking like 98% of elected officials coming out in support of these major investments. When you have the ones that have the bigger price tags, like the constitutional amendments, it might get a little bit dicier there. But generally speaking, it is an issue where, everyone at the end of the day, we have 150 House districts, 31 Senate districts. They all have to go home, and they all have to show what they did at the end of 140 days in Austin. And when you're able to point to investments in your community and investments in your people, that is something that is tangible and relatable to every one of their constituents who they hope will turn out and vote for them again. So it is good policy from a constituent services perspective, but it's good policy for the state from an economic perspective, and it adds up to make Texas the model for America, and America is the best place to live in the world. So, what we do here changes the world. So it's Texas is truly leading this national conversation because of those investments.
Okay, so I want to stick with current events for a little bit here. Another big thing kind of making its way toward the legislative session is the sunset review process, particularly for the Texas Workforce Commission. I am going to continue leaning on you, John, to explain the complexities of things like HB 8 and the sunset process. So walk us through what that means and where we are in that process.
Well, currently today in Austin, the Sunset Commission is meeting to discuss the Texas Workforce Commission. So forgive me if I've been watching these panels here. But previously they had the the Sunset Commission staff recommendations came out and identified a few challenges with the workforce board structure. We have 28 independent workforce boards that all have some sort of reporting relationship with the mothership in Austin at the Texas Workforce Commission. That's all in turn governed by a lot of federal law. And what one of the real things that they've highlighted is a lack of interoperability of data between various tiers of government. So there is a lack of communication between our workforce boards and the Workforce Commission. There are challenges in communication between the Workforce Commission and the Higher Ed Coordinating Board and the TEA. There are challenges with our community colleges being able to access their own labor market data for their students. At the same time, we're trying to have them align their program offerings to the future labor market. And these are, they can sound wonky when you're just talking about data interoperability and systems and all that. But in a world that is increasingly being impacted by AI, we need to have data that moves faster because jobs and work requirements are changing faster. And so it's not good enough to find out 3 years later that a program doesn't work. You've just had multiple graduating classes. We had 370,000 high school graduates per year. That's more than 500,000 Texans that we've just gone, oh, well, I guess we'll get to it later. We need to have data that links together realistically on about a quarterly basis. This is realistic for us, and we can do that. And then what you can do is when you have a graduating class, you can figure out, are they getting jobs? Are they getting jobs aligned to what they're trained in? Are they making good wages? And if not, you can fix it before the next graduating class. That's not crazy talk. That is available with the technology we have today, with the resources we have today. And I'm really optimistic that as part of the sunset review process of the TWC, we will get to an end state that allows that to solve. And if we do, we're in a greater place for community colleges, a better place for TSTC, better place for the workforce generally. And I think that's a great outcome for the TWC process.
And I would say, so it's not, and I want to point out, and it got highlighted a little bit earlier, it's not just about the sunset process. One of the prior panels highlighted this. Workforce Pell became reality for us now. And so the federal government now is going to allow us, if we get an approved program, which is a very, very strict process, then a student in a short-term program that is eligible and approved can get access to Pell dollars to be able to support that education. That's a huge win for us, especially as we're seeing an explosion in the use and the validity of those types of programs. The challenge is, and even the federal government is going to have this challenge, and there are multiple years in delay, is the wage part. There is a value-added earnings test to the applicability of a program. Well, guess what they want to use? They want to use IRS wage data. Guess what they don't have? The connectivity between the IRS wage data to individual learners. We don't have anything even close to that. I mean, we're inching our way, and I applaud the agencies for just really working hard, but we're not there yet. And so as we're driving down in multiple years to have a system at the federal level that's going to require us to actually connect those dots, the state continuously asks us to do that. Frankly, our communities are asking us to give information more and more about their individual, like what does that projection look like? What does that report look like? We don't have the capacity to produce that yet at scale, especially when you're talking about 775,000 two-year public college students across between the TSTC, the Lamar, like the community colleges. We have that many students out there. We can't get that level of data yet, which is really challenging. We're going to get there, but we need the help of the state to help the legislature and the agencies to be able to help support getting that infrastructure in place to be able to do that.
One of the reasons we're ahead on the workforce Pell is because of legislation that was recently passed that enhances the unemployment insurance data that is collected. And what this is going to allow that's really cool is in the past, we didn't really understand where people were working or what jobs they were in. And that made it really hard to tailor programs to local communities. But now we're going to have county level data so you can not just know what's happening generally in Central Texas. You can know what's happening in McClellan County, Bell County, Williamson County, Travis County, and be able to see, okay, these are the jobs that are going there, these are the jobs that are going there. And then if you want to have the labor market aligned for having electricians in one community and having plumbers in another community, you can have the granularity to understand where there is the demand, tailor the program, and then keep people in their communities. And that is such a huge boon for local economic growth and being able to keep talent at home.
So to add to on the sunset side of this thing, one of the issues that you find out when you actually run for this office and get into it is some of the pitfalls, right? So the process itself is designed to deal with these agencies every 12 years, and it's a very singularly focused, just that agency or this agency and so on. None of the cross-agency stuff is addressed. And so I'm lucky enough to be on the Government Efficiency Committee, which also has technology. And one thing we discovered is, first and foremost, is that we could take a deeper dive on some of the things and get across. This was our first session with it, this in the 89th, and hopefully we'll have it again. And we'll be able to go across those lines and say, like, one of the things we uncovered is our technology in Texas stinks. I mean, there's no way that we could run a business with any of our businesses. We couldn't run this school with the technology that the state of Texas tries to operate its agencies on. This is 50-year-old antiquated stuff. And you're like, are you kidding me? This is all we got? I mean, hell, no wonder nobody can talk to each other. You couldn't run, they can't spell DB2, and that's a relational database if you're old. But I mean, the truth be told is that it's a real issue, and we were talking about the budget and so on and so forth. I mean, it is a monstrous project to try to bring that up, and industry knows this. I'm telling you, this is one of my favorite parts of industry, sitting right here. So,
well, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, what we're trying to do with the Alliance. You said it much more eloquently, but using funding from companies to do this, to pull this kind of data from down to the local communities all across the country, so we can really pinpoint where the needs are in a way that is clunky for government to try to do.
And I think your point about the regionalized data, that is so critical, because even in our Alamo College's service area is Bexar County and the surrounding counties. Well, that can be very different between just Bexar and Comal County. Like electrician needs, like if they're talking about building data centers versus I just need help with poll workers. Well, those are two very different competencies. And so I think that's where the data and the ability to grab it faster and more readily is so helpful, because things are moving so quickly. And we do move fast at Community College World. We work responsively. Especially when it comes to short-term programs, we can develop that and create that in weeks. But we only can do that if we have the local data to be able to help support what is being needed for our industry partners.
Which is why it's sort of step one for the Alliance, we feel like, to get all these companies together to build private investment in that type of data.
Okay, great. You mentioned the workforce Pell grants. This is, of course, coming from federal legislation last year, expanding those Pell grants to short-term programs, 8 to 15 weeks on high-demand fields or that can help you get high-demand jobs. What does that look like in practicality? I mean, are y'all developing programs for that? Like, what are people going to have access to that they didn't have before?
Excellent. And so I've given this presentation now 3 times, so I'm going to synopsize this to 60 seconds. But I really am going to try. But it's really exciting, but it is a very narrow focus. We're not talking about moving level 1 certificates down unnecessarily if they're not needed. We're talking about 8 to 14-week programs that, and I'll give you the most common one right now that we've seen so far is a commercial driver's license program. That can be now workforce Pell eligible based on if the students, we have a cohort of students where 70% of them are completing the program and 70% of them are being placed within that second quarter after. There will be, like I mentioned before, a wages assessment to that, but we're not under that restriction just yet, or that requirement just yet. But in Higher Ed Board, they've created a beautiful website, webinars, materials to really outline how that is working here in Texas. And so we are fortunate. Texas did start first, is one of the first states that I know of that's actually been reviewing programs for submission. We submitted one, and so that has been approved. And now we're waiting for the the federal government to go ahead and approve that. But once that happens, then it turns into a process internally for us on how do we now start to build into our infrastructure, particularly in the financial aid section, of how to advise students who are interested in those programs that they can complete as FAFSA. Because typically, a student who's coming into a CDL program isn't completing a FAFSA. They're coming in and they're saying, like, what monies are around to support me, what monies are available to help offset the tuition costs. Now the student's gonna actually have the ability to complete a FAFSA and potentially get that money from the federal government to pay for their tuition and fees. And then what we can think about is, like, what other resources are available to help all of that wraparound support, because we know that the student isn't just about tuition and fees. It could be about childcare. It could be about, again, we heard of like the flat tire example. That's a great example because that happens more often than not. I mean, just the basic needs, those are the kinds of other supports we need to provide to those students, and we'll be able to use other resources to do that. So it's exciting times, it's stressful times because it's so new, and it's part of a very, and we talked about regulatory schemes and the bureaucracy. There's a little bit of that, but we see an opportunity for this to be able to be the window for more individuals, especially adult learners, to come back and get into these credentials that are of really high value.
Okay, I will remind people, we are nearing the question portion. If you have a question, texastribune.org/ask. Right? Okay, very good. And we will try to get to those when we can. I want to ask a big picture question, which is, of course, you can't really talk about workforce and jobs right now without talking about AI and just the changing technology. There's a lot of nervousness about how this technology is going to change our jobs, and how do people need to be retrained, and are there even going to be jobs in the future? I think particularly for the Texas legislature, this feels challenging because we always talk about AI and what does the state need to do, but there's, basically it's like every 2 year period where you can pass bills, and the rate of change of this technology goes so quickly. How should state leaders, I'm going to open this up to anyone who has thoughts on this, but how should state leaders be thinking about, like, what do we need to be doing to set the state up for success in a world where what we think we need right now might be different than what we think we need 3 months from now?
If I don't mind jumping in first on this one, because this has come up a lot, and especially with my industry partners. One of the things that I would say, and it came up a little bit, I don't think we dug deep enough into it. Artificial intelligence is going to be a skill set that every learner is going to need to have. And it is going to have to be embedded in all of our programs. Whether you are coming out with a nursing degree, you're coming out with an English major, like, you need to have those competencies. The level of which can adjust depending on what your major is. And it is nice to have, and we do have an associate's in data science and artificial intelligence, but I would say, and we've been having this conversation, is how are we going to embed that across the board? Because everybody is going to need to have that. This is not too dissimilar when we originally, not too long ago, and I'm looking at one of my alumni who's very familiar in this space, Ms. Janie Gonzalez. It's like what IT became the thing, right? We were talking about cybersecurity. All of those are basic now. They are required to be taught across the board. So I think that's how we need to start thinking about it now, not just as an individual, this is the separate degree plan. This is really across all of our degree plans and all of our programs. It has to be embedded in there.
I was going to say, yes, those are all valid, very valid concerns and things that we need to think about. But also at BlackRock, we think of AI as, it's not just a technology story, right? It's a growth story, and it's a people story in a positive way, whether it's growth in data centers or, other AI-related infrastructure or growth in power demand. All of it leads to an increase in demand for skilled trades. I recently saw a stat, don't quote me on this, but I think there's something like 2 million open jobs currently in the country, or on the, in the pipeline in the country. If you think about that, they're all six-figure jobs. Like, think about the amount of money that we are keeping out of the economy right now by not filling these jobs and not continuing this growth. And whether it's American competitiveness or just or the Texas miracle or allowing the economy to continue to thrive, like, we have to find the people to do these jobs. And for us, that is crucial for both prosperity and long-term success for Americans and for, I think, it was Jessica that said, for all of us to be able to participate and enjoy that long-term prosperity, and then also for the economy just to continue to thrive on its own.
Yeah, I think that it's already proving to not be a replacement for most jobs. I mean, right? So AI, everybody in this room is using AI right now. Everybody in this room has AI doing something in their lives, whether they like it or not. And the reality is again, technology, go back in time, go back to when they invented the car. I mean, when it started rolling out, and go back to the television coming out, go back to the internet itself, cell phones, all social media, which is one of my biggest pains. But if you, under the Government Efficiency Committee, we have AI, and we have technology and of course AI. And so the current environment, I think people don't quite understand, but it's an extremely useful tool, and it does help us create efficiencies. And there's lots of other avenues and lots of other things that it can and will do. One of the things, and I'll say this very clearly, I don't know that everybody gets this at this point, but one of the reasons that Texas is the leader currently, actually, in data centers and in trying to get our arms more and more around AI, you will see more guardrails put on that. But one of the nice things is that we get all these companies that, and there's really only 6 of them, but we get them all that have their data centers in Texas. Now we can put guardrails around child exploitation. We can put state law guardrails on things that the federal government hadn't gotten around to yet, simply because that data is flowing through Texas. So one of the missions of Texas is to say, yeah, come on. And yeah, it needs to use the right resources in the right place and be a productive member of the community and so on and so forth. But the jobs that it brings in the building of it, just to start with, but then also the efficiencies that it allows you to bring. And so we're spending a tremendous amount of time and effort working on that, and then realizing too that there is only one way for a state to be able to have any controls at all, and that is get them all in under your wing. And it's no different than bringing your family home to the dinner table and setting them all down and saying, hey guys, here's the rules, here's what we're gonna do. And if you got one that's running off doing its own thing and you got no way of controlling them, then you gotta bring them back in. And so I hope that kind of clarifies that piece of it. I have not seen it yet. I use it a lot. I made the mistake, this kind of funny story, just for quick. I decided since I got elected, and I won the primary, and I thought, okay, well, I only have so many months before we start session. And the House rule book is that thick in little bitty words. And so I went and bought it, and I memorized it. And then I memorized it again. I ended up reading it 5 times. But he who knows the rules wins, right? I mean, that's just an old business thing that I've used my whole business career, just know more than anybody else. And I get on the House floor, and it's day 1, and there's all kinds of controversial things, and there are points of order, and there's this point and that point, and the speaker's race, and all kinds of things, and House rule changes. And so my desk mate is Tom Craddock, and he is the oldest serving member in any legislature in the United States, by the way. And so he's sitting next to me, and he knows rules backwards and forwards. He goes, no, this is this, and this is that. And he was telling me what they were, and I pretty well was dead on with what I knew. And then I put it in ChatGPT. It knows every rule. It knows every Roberts rule. It knows the relation of the Constitution to the rules. And one little question, it'll answer every bit of it. And so I wasted several months and a lot of hours memorizing these things that now I can just go ask the question of ChatGPT. So anyway.
Very nice, very nice. A ChatGPT rules bot, I think, is a good idea. Yeah. All right, very good. Okay, so I like to ask one last question as we wrap this up, which is the magic wand question, which is basically, if you had a magic wand, maybe it's a magic genie who would grant you one wish related to addressing workforce issues in this state, to get the legislature to do, maybe it's Congress, maybe it's the private sector, what would you use it on? What would you like to see happen in this realm?
I'll go first, because I've been thinking about this one, and for us, I think it's pretty simple, and it's that we would like for every Texan who is interested in the skilled trades to see a clear path from training to employment to a long-term sustainable future in that job. That's why we designed Future Builders, was to create those connected pathways. So where it's very clear that you train here, you get employed, and you have a life-sustaining career from then on out.
I would say that obviously, I mean, I don't think any one of us are going to give an answer that the other one disagrees with, and they're probably going to be 4 different answers. I would say that my magic wand would be to create an affordable solution as well, right? So coming from the government perspective, it would be to make sure that we are supporting properly the types of programs that we've been talking about today, whether it's this school, the community colleges, the universities, and the businesses, and make it so much more affordable for people to be able to get to the dreams that Lauren is speaking of from BlackRock, which is our dream. That's the American dream. You know, I spent my entire career creating thousands of jobs, honestly, and lots of people that were dependent upon my businesses and their payroll. And one of my biggest concerns was healthcare, right? I wanted my families to be able to grow their families, stay with me, and have affordable healthcare, and know that they could sleep at night based upon the wages that they were being paid and the solutions that they needed to back them up. I'm not even sure they can afford liability insurance right now. I mean, these are all issues that have got to be addressed. So the wand would be a general blanket over affordability.
I think I think a lot about some of the goals that were in House Bill 2 and House Bill 120 last session, where the legislature redefined the goal of public education to in part be for every high school student to graduate with the skills and credentials necessary to compete in the modern economy. And what does that mean, and how do we make that reality? I think it is not unfathomable. I don't think we have the systems in place with our community colleges in particular right now to have a world where every Texas high school graduate is graduating with a career-aligned credential of value within the next 10 years. Like, that is not insurmountable. And not just that they're graduating with a career-aligned credential of value, but that it's tailored to the labor market in their community. And we know that because we have interoperable data systems that are iterating and updating and showing us that this is real. And so you can thrive in your community, you can grow your local economy, you can stay close to your family. That is, I don't know if that takes a magic wand. That just takes the hard work that the representative was talking about. That is tangible and can be done within the next decade.
You know, something that we talk about is other institutions of higher ed are not our competitors. We're competing against poverty. Every day we compete against poverty for our students, for our learner, for our community. And so if I could raise my magic wand, is the removal of unnecessary barriers to be able to achieve that dream of making sure that every single person in the state, in particular my community, has the ability to reach that economic prosperity because they deserve that.
All right, we are going to go to Matt with some audience questions.
Elizabeth, there we go. That's right, she got her name checked a few times here. Elizabeth from Dallas asks, how do you see the Higher Education Coordinating Board recommendations on outcomes-based funding for four-year institutions impacting the Texas workforce competitiveness?
Yeah, no, at a couple weeks ago at a coordinating board meeting, they discussed a recommendation that was put together by university leaders due to the legislature passing a budget rider last year. And at the end of it, they basically came to this system that's somewhat modeled after the community college, where you take a portion of university funding, it's the institutional enhancement funding, significantly smaller portion of overall university funding compared to the community college system, and split it 60-40 between two different systems. 60% aligned towards, generally speaking, completion of a career-aligned credential value, and 40%, generally speaking, aligned towards these milestone steps along the way. It is a positive step forward. I think anytime you're talking about shifting behavioral incentives, it is good to have that conversation and provide that transparency. I think will provide the legislature more transparency on outcomes. It'll provide students more transparency on outcomes. Is it enough money or allocated in a way that's going to cause the same massive behavioral shifts you saw with community colleges? That remains to be seen. Incentives drive action more clearly when they have a more outsized impact.
Do you think what has happened with HB 8 and some of the funding challenges that are surfacing right now makes that a harder sell to the universities or to the legislature to do something like that for 4 years?
There is always that risk, but again, I would point out again that HB 8 is a resounding success. It is not without bumps along the road, but the problems that we're dealing with is that it's going too well. And again, like, there are problems in government where we don't have the luxury of saying it's going too well. So I will take these problems, we will work on it. There is things that need to change, and that's fine. We all knew along the road that there would be challenges. But it's a really good place to be, where we're showing that ROI directly for the student and the taxpayer.
So speaking of funding, this person asks, and a little earlier in the conversation, we have a rainy day fund. It's raining in lots of different ways. If workforce development and investment in education and business matter the most to our state and its population, what are we waiting for?
Amen to that.
I'll jump on that one. So it's constitutional. It's capped, and we've been able to do a few things in the last session. We were able to do a few things to reinforce some of the investments in it, so that we could actually grow the funds that are there. But we can't add to it without constitutionally doing it. I will tell you, I don't think it's enough. I don't think the rainy day fund is big enough for the economy. $368 billion budget and a $30 million, $28 billion rainy day fund. That's typical. Most companies would want to hold on to at least 20%. And so I think we need to double it in size. Secondly, it is truly a rainy day fund. And so recognize that no matter what you're hearing or otherwise, I mean, we had an extra $25 to $30 billion last year to deal with in the session that all goes to the voters to be dealt with. The $850 million to TSTC came from that. I mean, that's what was on the ballot. $3 billion went into dementia. I mean, there's lots of things that you can do with that money, but you couldn't put it in the rainy day fund. And so consequently, I do think we need to expand it, but I also think that we do have enough money to deal with the problems that we have. The reason for that fund is when the economy does crash, and it will, and when oil prices do go to $20, and when the revenue's not coming in, and we either have to go cut significant budgets, including a lot of these issues dealing with poverty, dealing with the SNAP programs, with Medicaid, and so on and so forth. Those things all get brought down when the water falls. We've got to have some way to put water back in. So you don't spend that money on things like this. You just become more efficient and do this the right way and use the money that we have and reallocate it.
Right. So I want to thank our panel and all of our panelists today. I'm going to turn the program over back to Matthew to kind of close us out. But a wonderful invitation from the school here. If you would like, for those in person, would like a tour of some of the labs, you can actually meet right over here after the program, and you'll be able to get a tour of these different labs, which include electrical, home construction, plumbing, HVAC, solar. Again, we're grateful for our host today. But with that, thank you everyone, and I'll turn it back over to Matthew.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you to the four panelists.
Thank
It's
you.
been a great conversation. Yes.
Thank
I want to say. I want to say thank you to our hosts too. Just a beautiful facility. Really been great to be here all day in this sunny room with so much exciting stuff going on around us. Thank you to our sponsors for being here. And thank you to all of you for being here and engaging in this important conversation. You know, workforce, it's not the cable news, everyone shouting at each other, most exciting issue, but it is obviously a very important issue. It's an important issue that the Tribune is devoted to covering, both by having conversations like this, through our economy reporter, Paul, who you saw earlier, through our Pathways reporter, Sneha, and our growing education team. We want to continue to cover this story and track it. We will hope hope you will follow along, and we hope that you will continue a dialogue with us and tell us what we need to know and what we need to be telling the rest of the state as well. So let's keep this conversation going. And again, thank you all for being here, and I hope you all have a great drive back.